Wait, okay, there we go. All right, we are live. Okay, welcome everyone to episode 692 of the Black Brain Trust. This is the Sapio-Males Guide to the Galaxy. We're going to talk communication. Okay, yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about communication, effective means of such, and the like. I should be joined very shortly by my co-host Rael. And when I say co-host, I mean like we host this together. Like he's not like my co-host, but we host it, right? This is another subject matter topic that we game planned on. Now, pardon the tardiness. A bro be busy. you know, and sometimes, yeah, I think, okay, this is going to be the time where I can do it. And then guess what? Not quite. So I appreciate those of you who appreciate this content and what have you. I appreciate you guys kind of putting up with our tardiness, if you want to call it that. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it tardiness or yeah. Absenteeism. We can also call it that too, because I was planning to go live last night, and then I got a wave of tired acidness, and I went to sleep. So that happened. You know what I'm saying? But hold up. Yo. Yo, Ryle. All right, he might be getting his mic squared away. We got Dave Tao in the house. What's going on, brother? Welcome, man. I think Ryle's just getting his mic together. But yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about communication. It's Borgen. It is. I'm Borgen, you guys. Am I Borgen? YouTube channel gonna save the community. Am I Borgen, you guys? Wait, here. Let me do this. Press. We're gonna do 9 if the sound is okay. Oh, what just happened? What the hell? Here, let's see here. Let's try this again. Press if the sound is okay. Okay, so Daytao, you said the sound is okay. So I'm good? Okay, Ryle, like, do you need to drop down and come back up, bro? Let me know. Yeah, let me know. Dave Tao saying the sound is okay. I put there press 958 if everything is all good, right? If everything's cool, hit 958. That lets me know sound is cool. Ryle might be having an issue. So I just want to make sure all of our sound is cool before we kind of get into our convo. Okay, Ryle's he's gonna come back up. Okay, so while he makes, there he is, right there. Hold on. Yo,
can you hear me?
Yo, there you go.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, it was boring. I had to go down and come back in.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. Hold on, let me just throw the audio down just a little bit. All right, cool. JBA said loud and clear. Okay, peace. What's going on, JBA? Peace, brother. How you doing, man? All right. Everything cool, Ryle?
Oh yeah, man, I'm good, man. Peace.
Okay. All right. Um, so communication, man. Um, we're gonna talk about it, right? Communication. I have the definition in the description of this video. Essentially, what it means: the imparting or exchanging of information or news. Now, there's a multitude of ways that can happen, right? Right, that can happen in ineffective means or in an ineffective means, right? There's ineffective forms of communication, and then there's effective forms of communication. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the differences between the two. Oftentimes, when we're taking the 20, 30,000 foot view, observing social media and the conversations that happen within it, oftentimes what we find there's a lot lacking in communication. So, perfect example, um, text shorthand, for example, right? Saying LOL, right, as a meaning for laughing out loud. And oftentimes people will type that even though they didn't actually laugh out loud. So this is a gross misuse of communication. And this is where messages get missed, right? Signals are mixed, right? Um, it's almost as if it's like, you observe conversations and it's like there's two people speaking English, but they're speaking different languages at the same time, right? So, in a conversation that I had with Rael, as what typically happens here is we're kind of brainstorming and going over prior conversations and live streams and what have you, and then things will stick out, and then we'll go, there, that's a topic. We need to talk about that. And I'm trying to recall the exact conversation we had, Rael, where communication came up, but it actually it stuck out like a sore thumb, and we said we need to talk about that, right? So, what I'll do here is I'm gonna pass it to you, Rael. If you got something you want to go ahead and kind of intro this conversation with, I got some quotes. I got some brainy quotes. I got some brainy quotes on communication. I'm pretty sure you got some material you want to dig into as well. Did you want to go ahead and touch on something before we get started, bro?
No, you can go shoot right on to it, man.
Okay. All right. Give me a second here. Okay. So let's get into it, man. This is some quotes from Brainy Quotes, like I typically dig up, so we can kind of dissect and dive into what other people have had to say about what it is that we're discussing. First quote: wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Wise men speak.
Very interesting.
Hey, dude, like, feel free to jump in on these, bro. Feel free to jump in on these. Like, feel free. The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. What, dude? Literally, like 5 minutes ago. What was I just saying? Right? You have you'll hear conversations, and both sides are speaking English, but it's as if one's not hearing the other, and vice versa. We have two ears and one mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. Oh boy. I do not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. It's an interesting quote. Evelyn Beatrice Hall, she said that. Words are singularly the most powerful force available to humanity. We can choose this force constructively with words of encouragement or destructively using words of despair. Words have energy and power with the ability to help, to heal, to hinder, to hurt, to harm, to humiliate, and to humble. What do you think about that one, Ryle?
Say that last one again.
Words are singularly the most powerful force available to humanity. We can choose to use this force constructively with words of encouragement or destructively using words of despair. Words have energy and power with the ability to help, to heal, to hinder, to hurt, to harm, to humiliate, and to humble.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Yes.
Yeah.
Um, when we were young, we were taught this notion: sticks and stones may break our bones, but words can never hurt me. It sounded good, but the reality of the situation is it's not true.
Hmm.
Um, words can be very damaging. Um, People have taken themselves out physically merely off of the words somebody said to them that they internalized. So, um, um, where you can't even differentiate your own inner voice separate from somebody else's voice that has become your internalized inner critic. Um, it can be a very dangerous place um, in relation to how words are used. Um, so um, I mean, they have things called think tanks. Obviously,
Hmm.
this is one,
Yep.
and it's a war of ideas. It's a battle. So words definitely can hurt. Um, so I definitely wholeheartedly agree with that statement.
Okay. Let's see here. Eloquence is a painting of the thoughts. I think it's very important to have a feedback loop where you're constantly thinking about what you've done and how you could be doing it better. I think that's the single best piece of advice. Constantly think about how you could be doing things better and questioning yourself. Elon Musk. Communication leads to community. That is, to understanding, intimacy, and mutual valuing. Mm, what you think about that one?
Um, that intimacy thing is very problematic for a lot of people.
Mm,
Um, because in order to be in a place of intimacy, one has to be willing to be vulnerable. Um, and that willingness to be vulnerable, it's the most courageous act that you can do as a human, but it's the scariest act for humans at the same time. So, um, me personally, um, I don't really believe that you can really have effective communication if there's no intimacy there.
hmm.
Um,
Mm,
in terms of from a relationship standpoint, um, I think that what you see is the semblance of intimacy. Obviously, from the sexual standpoint, sex can be a form of intimacy, but it's it's used overly used, I would say, um, as a substitute for genuine intimacy, which encompasses the sexual aspect of it. So, um, I from the relationship standpoint, though, I just don't see
Um,
true intimacy being able to be effective communication being able to be had if there's no true intimacy there.
isn't so I mean like right like sex has a definition and intimacy has a definition, right? They both have two different definitions.
Right?
So like would intimacy be like the things that happen in between sex?
Yes. Yes. Definitely. Um, you can be. Let's say you're a person that loves. Let's say you love anime. Let's say you're a man and you love anime, and you're dealing with a female who has absolutely no interest or has never had any interest in anime. But you really like her, so to establish more of a connection with her, you might encourage her to participate in something like a Comic Con or something like that. And if she decides to participate, that will actually bring you closer to her in a more intimate way because that's something that's near and dear to you. So you've invited her into your world. She has accepted that invitation, and now she has gone to Comic Con with you and dressed up and had a great time. Now y'all are closer because she accepted the invitation into your world, and she sees how important it was for you, and she participated in that. And then now she'll return the favor and then do something to invite you into her world. And hopefully, if it's reciprocated by the man, then that just allows for that intimacy bridge to be constructed.
That
So,
world you speak of, like that's like a community, right?
right, it is. Yes.
Yeah, because it's yeah, communication leads to community. That is to understanding, intimacy, and mutual valuing. Like literally everything you just said.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Half the world is composed of people who have something to say and can't, and the other half who have nothing to say and keep on saying it.
Man, we're going there tonight. Um,
Oh shit. Okay.
I mean, isn't that what social media is all about?
Bro,
Um,
like a whole bunch of having nothing to say and saying a whole lot of that, right?
yeah, I mean, remember when Facebook first came out, and it was
Hmm.
just only for college students,
For college students, yeah, you had to have a .edu
right?
to use it.
Remember how much more peaceful it was?
Dude, it was like it was so wasn't chaotic.
It was
It
totally
was
not
so
chaotic.
it was so like edu insti- what education institutional.
Yeah, you had the ability to have much more constructive dialogues than you do now. It's one of the reasons why I shut down mine in 2016 was because it was like it was one thing to be in a on a page where you were talking to people who were at least had a bachelor's level education or higher. Um, it's another thing when you having a conversation with somebody from the projects who has never read anything in their lives, and all they just go off of is just emotions.
You mean like people who say, "Hit me up on my Facebook."
Right, right. So, um, and so, what it has, the thing that I actually learned specifically through Facebook was how poorly people actually communicated. It was a very eye-opening experience to see how badly people communicated, especially with the male-female dynamic. And one of the things that I actually learned um, really a lot through social media was how poorly many women actually communicated. Um, in this particular society, I don't know about any others, but in this particular society, women tend to communicate very ineffectively. Um, um, they one of the most important parts of communication is the ability to be empathetic.
Right.
If you can't be empathetic, you're not going to be able to effectively communicate with anybody. And we see this a lot of times when you see women respond when men talk about their experiences. One of the one of the one of the most common responses you hear from women is, "Well, I don't know any women like that," or "None of my friends act like that." Now, most men don't understand what they're doing in that particular scenario. But when a woman responds like that, what she's saying is that she's telling you that she's not willing to be empathetic to your experience.
Unwilling
That's
to
what
put herself in your shoes, so to
she's
speak.
not going exactly. She's not willing to put herself in her shoes, even though what we've been taught or conditioned to believe is that women are emotionally available and women are, you know, are emotional and understand emotions better. But as we can clearly see, you know, with those type of responses, clearly one of the key aspects of communication is empathy. And if you're going to immediately dismiss a man's experience solely off of the fact that, because if you're talking to somebody online, there's no way for us to verify if your friends are not those types anyway. So
Right.
we
That's
can't even
just it's
we can't
kind of
even
like
verify
a
that.
yeah, it's kind of like a what do they call that?
Well,
Where,
like a red herring almost.
yeah,
So
yeah, you could just kind of say that, right?
yeah, yeah. So we can't verify
I
that,
can't
and
verify that shit, but
right. But even if, let's say, if it was true, two things can be right at the same time. She can not have friends who fit that, and that doesn't take away from the fact that that man experienced that with particular types of females. So they do exist, and so or the response is, you're emotional. So once again, which is used as a shaming tactic to shame men out of actually experiencing emotions. So on the one hand, we have seen women for 20 years in magazines complain about men being in touch with their feminine sides and expressing their emotions. But then when men express their emotions, not about, and it doesn't even have to be that specific woman you're communicating with. It could just be the experiences that you had. She will still take offense to it. Many times, the women who take offense to it are the type of women that you're describing. That's the reason why many of them are actually taking offense. But she will still take a woman that she has not even met side over your experience with these particular type of women who have demonstrated these types of behavior, and just basically try to make it seem like you don't know what you're talking about, and you're you're um, you're misled, or you're emotional about your experience. And ultimately it's a soft way, depending on how it's delivered, is used to get you to actually shut up about your experience and basically just take it.
well,
That's
let me ask
basically
you
what it
something.
is.
Have you ever have you ever encouraged um have you ever encouraged a female or a woman to get in touch with her masculine side?
No,
Have you ever done that?
no. The only thing that I've ever encouraged a woman to do is try to see things from a man's perspective. That's two different things.
Yeah, as I was
um
gonna say, yeah, that's really just sort of like a put yourself in that person's shoes type of situation, right? Which does not require you to wholesale like adopt a psychological preset
mhm.
and then act within it, right? Um, to the approval of greater society, right?
Hmm.
when they you know what I mean? Like, don't tell me that intrinsically make up who I am is quote unquote toxic, right?
Right.
Bullshit,
Right.
right? Like I could just as easily spin that around and say, well, there's a whole lot of toxic femininity around here, but that's neither here nor there, and you never hear that,
Right.
right? You never really hear that. So I always thought that was interesting that there was always this push for uh, males and men, boys, males, men, right across the spectrum to get in touch with your feminine side. Get in touch with your feminine side, right? You never heard the opposite,
Hmm.
right? They did it anyway, but you never heard like us implore that they should do that. I just always found that to be interesting.
Right. I mean, again, it's a one sided dialogue basically,
Yeah.
and so again, obviously you can't have. I mean, whenever you're approaching any argument or debate, and when we say argument is can be a disagreement. It doesn't have to be like people shouting at each other. I mean, this is what people do in the court all day long. They have arguments. That's
Hmm.
what they call them. But they're civilized arguments. They're well thought out disagreements on particular points of the law. So, but most of the time, because we're dealing with a lot of emotionally unintelligent people, it's hard for many of these people to bring good faith to an argument, a disagreement, conversation, because they're already approaching the topic or the discussion with the mindset of trying to win or beat up somebody instead of coming to a common sense level of dialogue. One of my books that I used to write for my major in college was a Harbaugh book, and it was talking about what was the point of rhetoric. And the point of rhetoric was not to win the argument. The point of rhetoric was to try to bridge a gap to a certain level to where you can find some common ground with the other person that you were debating. It wasn't about actually winning. And I think that a lot of times when it comes to the conversation between men and women specifically, um, I said this actually in my relationship class when I was in college to my professor, who was a black woman, and I said, it seems like a lot of times when you're having arguments with the sisters, it's not about resolving the issue; it's about winning the argument. And she was like, "That's exactly what it is, and that's a problem because
Hmm.
it should be about resolving the issue, not about winning the argument." Because if you think about it, I mean, if you're with somebody, if you're dealing with somebody, especially on some of an intimate level, um, if they do something wrong, your first response to it can't be that they did something wrong to you on purpose. You have to believe that it's an honest mistake, or you will be just reacting all the time in a hostile way. So if you give the person a chance to make up for it, they could be completely oblivious as to what they did, and they could come back and say, "Well, when I did that, I was not even trying to get that response from you. I was doing this because of this, and it's because you responded to them in a more respectful way. You can find out like, oh, well, they didn't do that to me on purpose. It was just a mistake, accident, and you can move on. Um, but that's because you're coming to them in good faith. You're not just automatically jumping to conclusions and just thinking the worst about the person. You're able to actually have a constructive dialogue with that person about whatever that issue uh, was for you.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's see here. Press press 13. Everything is good. Is everything good, y'all? The fuck just happened? Yo, are we good? What the hell? We good? Okay, Don McKee, you said we good.
You hear me?
Yo, Ryle, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, okay.
Okay. All
Yeah, that was crazy, bro. Like, I don't know, dude. Like,
right.
my shit just dropped for a minute there. Damn, that was crazy, bro. Okay. Well, shit. Let me do this, man. Let me shout out people because we was just kind of building, and then that shit just happened. But I need to shout out everybody that's rolling through. We got Little Rock 2517. What's going on, G? Dave Tao, JBA, Wacky O, Mike V. What's going on, G? Giogami, what's going on, man? There's been troubles with StreamYards the whole day. Oh, okay. Okay, he's saying there's been issues with StreamYard. Oh yeah, that was bizarre. I don't know what that was about. I'm not sure. But okay, we back. Um okay, you said okay, that would be just okay, got it. Yeah, they could be having some outages or something. Yeah, that was kind of bizarre, dude. Like Rod was in the middle of what he was saying, then boom, it just dropped. Um Rod, do you recall what point the point you was making, man, or kind of where the angle you was taking, man, before we kind of got dropped there?
I was basically just saying that, um, the point of basically dialogue is not to beat somebody, is to beat somebody in the argument, is to try to find common ground. Um, and because even a debate is a form of communication. So the goal is not to beat your opponent down, is to find some common ground. But in order to do that, you do have to come to a debate. Um, you have to come to a debate with in good faith too, um, and to have a honest back and forth. So, um, but for a lot of people, um, and I was basically tying it to my experience in my college class, where I told my college professor, when it comes to the sisters, it seems like that a lot of times they're more focused on winning an argument than actually resolving the issue,
Yeah,
or
that was the
resolving
point.
any
Yeah,
issue.
that was the point you was making. Yeah.
Yeah. So, which is again, like for example, I was with a chick one time, and we had a real bad argument. I mean, it was really bad. 2 weeks later, she came to me and said to me, she said, when you were talking about such and such and such, and we got into that bad argument. I was like, yeah. And she said, well, deep down, I knew you were right, but I just didn't want to admit it. And I was like, so basically, you risked us ending our relationship because your ego couldn't allow you to admit that I was right.
Only to then admit that it was my ego that didn't want to admit that you were right.
And I just looked at her like she was silly because she was. Because I was just like, I was like, are you? I said, are you more worried about winning the argument instead of resolving the issue? I said, because I'm here to resolve the issue. I said, I could be wrong a hundred times out of 100. If we resolve the issue, then that's all I care about. I was like, because I can be wrong. I was like, and if I'm wrong, I'll own up to it and say I'm wrong. I said, why you can't do the same? What's so hard about that? And I think there's something at play there. Um, maybe it can be an ego thing. I don't know. Maybe it could be like on some little girl stuff where, they don't want to disappoint daddy type stuff. I don't know, but um, it really, it pissed me off more than the actual argument we got into it over because she admitted that she knew I was right, and it was just like, well, what was the point of us going down this long road when all you had to do was just say, you know what, you were right, and we could have just pressed on forward. You got to you in a lot of these situations in terms of communication, you do have to know who your audience is. That's a very important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Also learned that in my communication class in college. Like, you got to know who's your audience, what's your demographic. You know, you really do have to know who you're talking to in terms of communication because there's just certain things that you just can't say to certain people because they're not emotionally mature enough to actually allow the dialogue to happen on a particular topic because they're just not mentally ready for that talk.
Well, I have a quote here that might speak to that. Let's see here. The ability to simplify means to eliminate the unnecessary so that the necessary may speak. Right. So maybe like one of the primary ways and forms of being an effective communicator is removing as much as you can out of what you're saying to trigger people's emotions, right? And what you're trying to do is really try to like basically strike to the core, their limbic core, to where they just go, yes, 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 okay, yes, I agree, right? Without too much like cloudiness or conjecture or anything like that, right? Um, that's your all your great speakers of our time. That's what they were able to do. They were able to just basically get to people without them largely thinking about what was being said, but they were more or less striking to their emotions. So all they did was use like direct terms, direct words, right? Trigger words and stuff that spoke to um, things that they were very passionate about, things that they felt very deeply about. You hit those points, man. That's all you have to do. Like you don't have to really elaborate too much, right? So simplifying your message typically is going to be your best means. I'm an Occam's razor type of guy myself. I'm a very pragmatic thinker, and it benefits me to be able to take very no pun intended complex situations and try to linear my way through the shit to the best of my ability, right? So I kind of synthesize my thought processes so there's not so much that has to be said or talked about, but really what I can do is kind of sandwich it all into, one or two or three actions that only require maybe a couple conversations. And those conversations may only have to be about 10, 15 minutes, right? So that is definitely something um, to be spoken to. Um, how literally the words that you're using, you have some people, like let's say in the manosphere, for example, right? They'll just go on and on and on and on for hours, 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 saying the same shit different ways, right? Whereas I'm kind of like, okay, well, you could have made that point once, could have took you about 7 minutes maybe, and then that's pretty much that, But hey, we all communicate differently, So there's that. Let's see
Well, you
here.
also got to take into
Okay.
consideration. You also got to take into consideration too. Um, what is the end game of the communication? You know, you brought up, the manosphere and obviously the different types of channels. Um, one thing that we have to take into consideration too is that on the surface, people can say that they're communicating for this particular purpose on the surface, but there can be a much deeper level of reasoning behind why they're communicating, you know. Um, and so, you know, like there's been many times where I've been in male dominated spaces, and you will have a particular type of female who comes in like a bull in a china shop, just wreaking havoc, and whenever you whenever the particular types of females make their case, because we've seen them enough, we know who they are, we know what they're coming with, and then you ask them, okay, you made your point, nobody over here agrees with you, we're not going to stop saying what we're saying over here about the reality in terms of the environment. So what else is the point for you to be here? And then they'll give you some flippant answer like, well, this is a free country and I can do go wherever I want, or some
This is a
silly,
free internet.
response like that. Yeah, and it's like it's like it would be the equivalent of a pro-black going to a Klan rally and complaining about what they're talking about. Like, what do you expect to hear at a Klan rally? That's what they're going to talk about. They're going to talk about you. They don't like black people. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's like that same type of mindset, like especially when you're exhibiting the very behavior that the men are telling you they don't like. It makes no sense for you to be that kind of woman to come into a space exhibiting the very behavior that men are talking about, and then turn around and say there's a conspiracy in the media for trying to make us look bad. No, it's not. You're making yourself look bad on your own, because as an individual, because a lot of times when these conversations happen in these digital spaces, it's a herd mentality that or center that people like to speak from. But related to, let's say for example women, you're you're an individual woman. You're a part of a collective, but your own personal life, as you matriculate through life, you're an individual woman. And so you're going to have to stand up for that individual person, whatever you are, whoever you are, whatever your personality is. So, um, and as we have talked about before, like the success to life is building relationships. And for people who have been, married before, like you and I have, we know that sexual intimacy is really like it's important, but in terms of the actual success of the relationship, the marriage won't be successful if there's no effective communication. Period.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's
It
why I
will
was
not. It
like,
will not be.
okay,
It will not be
yeah,
successful at all. Like
no,
you
that
have to
it,
have. Like you have to have that.
yeah, I was gonna say, dude, like, it's interesting that you say that, right? Because when I hear a lot of the conversations about like relationships and marriage stuff like that, like I literally never hear about things like effective communication, friendship, trust, all these. See the what do they say? The ties that bind, right? Um,
Right.
Even earlier we were saying that okay, intimacy is what happens between sex, between the acts of sex, right? That's when intimacy
Right.
happens,
Exactly.
right?
Right.
And it even in the quote even spoke to communication as it relates to intimacy, right? Sex wasn't in that equation, but communication and intimacy was, right? So these are some of the higher concepts, the 10,000, 20,000 foot view concepts, right? That aren't discussed or aren't delved into deeply to understand how it is that you actually make things like relationships work. Communication is going to be like literally the first component. How the hell do you make a relationship work with someone and you can't effectively communicate with this person, like explain it to me. Dude, I don't give a shit if the sex is off the charts. If you guys can't effectively communicate with each other, I'm only going to give it but so much time.
You cannot, and this is on both sides. You cannot effectively communicate if there is the the I'm gonna put it to you like this. No matter what you have experienced in your previous relationships, whenever you meet a new person, you have to give them a fair chance to show you who they are.
Yeah.
That's only fair. If you don't come to the table willing to give that man or woman a fair chance to prove who they are, then you're coming to the interaction in bad faith already. Um, that's one thing I have always prided myself on, no matter what I've experienced in the past with females. Whenever I met a new one, I've always given her a fair chance to prove herself. Um, and so, but in a lot of these interactions, you're not seeing that. And you know, obviously that has consequences. And that's a form of ineffective communication, because if that person is coming in good faith, like they could really be into you and like you, but you're still pissed off at your previous ex, then you're not giving that person a fair chance to show you that they're actually different than your ex. So again, that can be from the very onset, you know. And so um and I just think that those things have to be taken into consideration too when we're seeing people have certain types of conversation that tends to just keep circling the wagons and doesn't seem like it's going anywhere, because for a lot of those types of people, they're not really going anywhere. That's the conversation is not going anywhere because they're not either.
Because they're not right, right. I think it's all kind of reflective of your state of mind, state of being, right? I think the two are interrelated. Giogami said I mean, he had a question. He said, and remember how Roger said that women use words as weapons. Uh, I think that was something that you were speaking to, Ryle.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Um, okay. Yeah, I'm not really. Let's see here. Let me just go through the comments here. One ought to consider the social aspect of communication and argumentation to win, in quotes, a conversational altercation can be seen as a means to reach interpersonal dominance or to preserve status. This is very true. Um, but it all kind of really depends on. I think people who kind of take that approach, I guess they have a claim to stake in social media, right? Maybe their reputation is kind of built on their social media platform, and so there's a need to have to do things like defend a position or offer a response or retort to somebody who may have said something critical that may have said something critical of something that you said, right? We see that a lot, right? We see that an awful lot in sort of like the YouTube space or what have you. But I
Mhm.
think it all circles back to what Rael was saying, with regards to the message that you're actually trying to convey and the means by which you're trying to convey it, right? That's going to
Right.
really take us a long way with regards to how people are going to receive what it is that we're saying. So the argument, the argumentative, combative sort of you know, I'm gonna prove you wrong position,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's only apropos for people who feel as though is that they really do have a point that they need to prove over someone else's,
Mm-hmm.
right? Over here, you know, there's no point that we're really trying to prove here. Either you fuck with this or you don't, right? There's
Right.
no
Right.
debate about sapiosexualism. I'm not going to debate people about it. I'll talk about it. We can explain it. We can deep dive in it. We can do all that. We're not going to debate it though, right? That
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
I mean, um, like this communication thing is just interesting because I was having a conversation with a sister from Africa, and in this digital age, a lot of us communicate by texting, and
Hmm.
so when you use texting, for example, depending on your mindset, you can read a text in a way offensively that had no intention on being offensive
Yep.
because offense is taken. Like you have to take offense. Like somebody could say something to you with no intention of being offensive, but it could be offensive to you because you couldn't handle that particular statement or that particular viewpoint. So offense is always something that is taken for a person. A person has to choose to take offense to something. Okay. So, you know, I had basically text her my likes and dislikes, what, things I like in a woman and things I don't care for in a woman, if she has those traits. Now, again, because a lot of times women are, men should communicate and men should be good communicators. She completely read the statement wrong. And the way that I had a whole bunch of other stuff in there, the things I was interested in, as far as like the arts, like going to plays and symphonies and things like that. But she honed in on the things I didn't like about certain types of female who exhibited those traits. Not her. I wasn't saying about her because I didn't know what kind of woman she was. We had just met. And in her mind, the way she read it like, oh, you sound like you're broken in her. And I was like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Because there was no way in hell like the thing that I said was written from that vantage point at all. I was in a great mood. I was just when people say like, hey, tell me some things about yourself. That was the vein it was written in. So then we ended up talking on the phone. We actually started talking, and we started communicating, and then she started seeing like, okay, this shit was on he's on a different kind of level. And after we had a conversation, and the next day, she ended up texting me, and text back and forth or whatever. And I told her, I was glad that we was able to get on the phone and dispel any type of negative connotation she had based on the text I had sent regarding my likes and dislikes. And then um, she was like, you're a very wise man. She was like, you're a king. She completely changed how she viewed my comments to be and tried to attribute to what she thought I was, merely off of just changing the mode of communication from the text to actually the
To
verbal
actually,
communication.
yes,
When she once
yes.
she once she heard, what my views on family was, my views on marriage, my understanding of African culture on a basic level, she saw that she was dealing with somebody that was very serious, family oriented, marriage oriented, all those type of things. And then what she started saying? She said, "Yeah, so well, a lot of the women here are starting to lose the culture."
Wait.
So
Say
she
that again. A
actually,
lot of the women are what?
she said a lot of the women, well, she like some of the women are starting to lose the culture. And I was like, yeah, that's to be expected because you have much more communication with the West and things like that, and some of them are being, influenced by that stuff. I say, so that's
Right.
understandable. And so, but she was even saying how, you know, the communication style, for certain types of women is problematic for them actually being with men in terms of a marriage standpoint. And, I broke it down to her what was the difference between a boyfriend, um, a girlfriend to a man, and a wife.
Yeah.
And she wholeheartedly agreed with what I was saying, because what I told her was that to a man, if he considers you his girlfriend, he's basically viewing you as somebody who's not worth being his wife. And I was saying that knowing what I knew about African culture. I was like, y'all parents don't raise y'all to be girlfriends; they raise y'all to be wives, right? And she was like, yes. I said when one of you or your female counterparts get a boyfriend, she's automatically rebelling against her family and her culture. I was like, so what does she expect to happen? Something good? And she was like, no, it's not going to happen. She was like, you're right.
Hmm.
I was like, so I said, so when a woman gets in trouble, like for example, has a child out of wedlock, then who's to blame? It's on her because she knows the rules. She has the culture. She can't be like a chick in the United States and say, in our group, and because they don't want to follow certain type of protocols as far as family structure and things like that. She can't make that an excuse because she has the culture to back her. So she cannot be the type of woman to say she didn't know any better because she does know better.
No,
So the fact
you're
that she
absolutely
she knew that
right.
I knew that, right? The fact that she knew that I knew that, that showed her how much respect I actually had for the culture. To the fact that I know these things, and she was like, yeah, she was like, everything you're saying is absolutely right as it relates to the women, and she was like, hey, we got to do better.
I mean, what kills me. Um. Okay. See, I'm a stickler for common sense, right? And when I can kind of go back to times when I had like a female boss, for example, right? They never had any issues like communicating. They never had an issue. I always noticed this, like, and when it comes to the professional setting, women literally have no issues whatsoever. They have no issues communicating. They have no issues either taking directive or giving them. They seem to understand the full scope of you know the range of emotions, right? And having to deal with, say, like, employees or people that report to them. They seem to understand the subtle nuances to a fucking T when it comes to their careers. But we are aloof as all get out. We literally don't know a goddamn thing as soon as we get out of our work environment and into the world where we're dealing with, the opposite sex and all that kind of stuff. All of a sudden, we're fucking idiots, right? We're idiots. And then I go, wait,
Right.
what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a supervisor at such. Really, you have people that report to you. Interesting.
Yes, because what we're
Okay, okay.
finding what we're finding out as far as this generation of women are concerned, they're not as emotionally intelligent as media has portrayed women to be. So, um, like, um, you will have things said like, um, let's say if you were dealing with a woman and you tried to use a generalization about women to make a point, and then her response is, "Well, don't be comparing me to none of them bees."
Hmm.
And then in another instance, when you get on her for doing something wrong, she'll try to use the excuse, "Well, you know how women are." because I've had this happen to me with this one particular chick years
Oh,
ago.
that's
And
convenient.
I said, well, which one? I said, well, which one is it? When I compared you to women and used a generalization, you got offended and said I shouldn't compare you to other women, which is ironic because that's what women do all day, every day, is do things to try to compare themselves to other women. Women would put on the most provocative clothes just to go to the club to compare themselves to other women.
Mm.
Um, but when she tried to get out of something and she had no way to escape the accountability and culpability, because that's really what it boiled down to, trying to escape the accountability and the culpability for whatever she has done. Then her response was, "Well, you know how women are." I said, "Well, which one are you?" I'm like, "Are you women or are you your own individual woman?" I said,
Right.
it ain't both." But I was adept enough to catch her on it, so she had to come clean on that because she used the generalization. Because that's something that we hear a lot from the female side is
Hmm.
it's not right to have generalizations um, as it relates to women. And so, but when it's convenient, women would even generalize themselves when it's convenient for them to try to avoid accountability and responsibility, which is obviously something I don't allow to happen. And so, um, what it really comes down to, really, especially as a man, is like you have to be willing to stand on your square and communicate effectively based on the kind of world that you want to exist for you. So obviously, no man knowingly is trying to bring a woman into his world who has horrible communication skills. It's
No,
just
hell
not
no,
going to
man.
work at all.
Fuck no.
It's not going to
Mm-mm.
work.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
So you have to
Nope.
know who you are and be able to communicate that effectively. Um, and the only way that you're going to really be able to really do that in a lot of ways is to have a sense of emotional intelligence. um, One of the things that helps you become emotionally intelligent is obviously putting your face in books that can make you much more well-rounded, develop your critical thinking skills and things like that. So, but it really is, because a lot of dudes can, get duped, um, just and women too, just off of this thing that we call game, which is something that is played on both sides. I would actually think that women run more games than men, but that's a secret that most
Yeah, I
people
was gonna
don't
say
realize.
they do. It's funny. Um, it's like it's different, but okay, it's the same shit, but it's different, right? And I think the women run it more because they have more opportunity to do it more, right? Like dudes do it when they can do it. Women do it be- because they got the opportunity to fucking do it, right? It's just like, well, I got three or four guys. What do I do? Ho hum, right? So they do what they do versus guys, they run the game when they have the ability to do it, right? It's a whole, it's two different mindsets, man. Not every guy can run game, but there's tons of chicks that can run game whenever the fuck they choose to.
Very much so.
Yeah. Let's
Very
see.
much so.
Black to Film said, he said, I read that women feel the world, men think it. Hmm.
Um, yeah, I would agree with that to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
But I think one of the biggest things that men don't take into consideration is women have certain attributes that they can possess that makes it easy for them to disarm you. So you have to be very um, adept at recognizing what's in front of you because it won't be a lot of times it will be very subtle and you can't see it if you're not really trained to see it. Um, I think what really helped me a lot was actually growing up with my father because seeing him in his interactions with women, I saw how they would operate. So
Yeah.
I was sitting back and taking notes, you know. And so, I came from a different world. So, more than a lot of black, males where they can't see it. Their world has been constellated by a female. So for them, their outlook to the world a lot of times is from a female's perspective. So a lot of times, that's why we see a lot of men a lot of times siding with women. Well, y'all can't do that, man, because she's a woman, she's a female. And it's like that's how you keep being a sucker because you keep giving her a free pass just because she's a female. And you
Yeah.
can't do that.
What about your position as a male, dude? Or
Right.
are
Exactly.
you just
And
literally just cannon fodder like that?
right. So again, that's that he's going to communicate with women on a certain level, and it's like I say all the time, men who think like that, even if they get sex, they think they're winning. But what I've tried to tell dudes for so many years that just because a woman has sex with you, that doesn't mean she has respect for you.
Oh, she know,
That's a
she
very
want, yeah,
complicated that's a very
wants a
complicated
nut
thing for
just
dudes
like
to
you do.
understand.
That doesn't mean like respect be damned, right? I mean,
Right.
I'm big on flipping that mirror, dude. Like, dudes will have sex with chicks they don't respect, right? Because at the end of the day, all they're trying to do is get a nut off. Women will do the same thing.
Right. I'll even take it even further.
Okay.
In terms of communication, in terms of body language, when it comes to mating, many people think that men make the first move, and that's not true. In mating, the female generally makes the first move, unless a woman is just turned around and she don't see a man, and the man just sees her from a distance and he approaches her. But generally, men make the first approach.
Hmm.
But if a woman sees a man, if there's a mutual, if they see each other basically at the same time, if that woman is interested in a man, she's going to send him cues, basically choosing signals, to let that particular man know that she's interested in him. She might pull out her mirror and start fixing her makeup and her hair or something like that, cross her legs a certain way. She'll do certain things to try to get his attention. It's up to him to pick up on the cues. She sent the first message first, and body language communicates more than actually verbal communication. So she's sending the signals. And so the man will generally make the first approach. So, when these women try to tell men, when they're trying to play a damsel in distress type of situation, they'll try to make that. Well, I didn't know he was this type of guy, but from the beginning, from the moment she saw him, she had already decided that she wanted to have him in that kind of way. So it's like I said to dudes, like, how are you going to run game on a chick who has already chosen you? She's already
I was
chosen
gonna
you.
say it's kind of irrelevant at that point, right?
It's irrelevant because even in the '90s, I used to hear from a lot of sisters all the time, and they would say they would know in the first 2 minutes whether they were going to have sex with the dude or not. So
Okay.
how can
Well,
you run game on some?
they,
She has already chosen you.
yeah.
It ain't no game.
There's no
It ain't
game
no game.
there.
You
It's
know what I'm
like,
saying?
it was sort of like the little computer screen thing. You see the little cursor go, oh, and you say, okay, two thumbs up, right? Good to go,
Right.
right? Yeah, that's what happened. So okay.
Yeah. So, but again, who is able to run the game more? The person who thinks he's talked her out of her panties, or is the person who makes the dude believe he's talked her out of her panties?
Yeah,
Who's really ran the game?
I was gonna say poor sap, right? He thinks he actually did so.
so,
He actually thinks he
so,
fucking did
but
something.
you spend but you spend all this time, like LL Cool J, alone in your room, staring at the wall, trying to get your game together, thinking that you have bested her, and she is over there talking to her girlfriend like, girl, when he come over here, I'm gonna let him throw it down. And you thinking that you got to run the game, and she done already said she gonna give it to you to her friend.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's pet your little ego, right?
Right. Communication.
That's what I was like.
But you
I'm like,
got to
man,
you
we're on two different wavelengths, but somehow we're both agreeing to what's about to come, right?
right, right,
Amazing,
right.
amazing. Wow. Let me ask you this, bro. I'm gonna go run to the boys' room real quick. You want to drop the link? What you want to do? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
drop it.
even know if there's anybody listening or whatever. I don't know if you want to drop the link or what.
Yeah, go ahead, drop it.
You drop it, okay? Because we're at about an hour and 12 minutes. We're coming an hour. We dropped the link, man. We'll go to like 2 hours, man, and then we'll go ahead and call it one.
Yeah, I got some stuff I want to cover too
You got
about
some stuff
that.
you want to cover? What do you want to you want to
Hmm.
cover it first and drop the link, or how you want to do it?
No, 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 no. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hold up. All right. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna drop the link. I think Black the Film wants to come up. So let me see here. I'm gonna step away for just a quick minute, and then we'll continue chopping it up for a minute. Boom. All right. Give me a couple minutes, bro. I'll be right back. All right. Just
All
use the
right.
restroom. I'm gonna check on my little one. Hey, real quick before I step away. The sound is cool, right? Music's playing. Everything cool. Yay? Nay? Anyone?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Everything's
Yep,
cool.
yep.
All right. All right. I'll be right back.
Hmm. I'm back, Complex. Peace to the chat. Hope everybody is enjoying their weekend. Saw some upsets today, man. I can't believe Green Bay lost, boy. Man, that's crazy. And the Bengals in the AFC Championship game. Man, it's crazy. Kyogami, what's good with you, man? How's things over there in Canada, man?
Yo, yo. Oh, shit. Raul just dropped out. I'm not sure what just happened. And Giogami just. Is StreamYard having a problem? Yo, Raul.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I had to go back out and come back in.
Oh, okay. Is that StreamYard tripping or what?
Nah. It's probably me on my phone. It's probably me.
Okay. Let's see here. Shonda, what's going on? Lady Peace, good evening. Welcome. Block the Film, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We good,
All
man.
right.
We had some issues earlier, but I think we're good now, man. What's going on with you, bro?
Nothing much. I'm good. Just hopping around tonight, see what was popping. So you was on. I always got to check in with you, brother.
Yeah, man. We over here just kind of chopping it up on all things communication, so to speak, right?
Mhm.
Um, how it is that we convey information or ideas to each other, right?
Mhm.
The most effective means, the most effective ways, also the ways that it's used deceptively,
Mhm.
also the ways in which uh, you have miscommunication,
Okay.
right? So we're touching on communication as just a subject matter because um, one of the things that can lead to fruitful dialogue, resolution, solution, things like that is effective communication,
Mhm. Mhm.
right? So that's why we decided we wanted to talk about this tonight as a subject matter because that came up as a theme, right? In some of our conversations that I was having with Ryle, um, that's what came up. Do you got something to put on the topic of the concept or the
Um.
idea of communication?
Well, I could share a story that happened to me recently. It's a kind of perplexing story about texting. I think you guys were talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what happened was I was, I start my mornings early. One of my clients, he just started hitting me up with something that he was trying to get me to, that he was just trying to get me involved in. That's not what I do for him. It was a grant, some type of grant proposal. He wanted some input from me. I did it over the holidays, just like a favor. But then he comes back with like I got to continue on something. I didn't let them know that I updated it, right. So the person that's supposed to be working with him on the grant, they had a Google Doc, and I guess I copied it, whatever, right? So they didn't see the updates that I made because I thought it was just, I do his homework type of thing, right? So next thing I know, this person is just somehow he added us to a group text, and he's not even in it. This person is just like going on asking me all these questions about why I didn't do this and why. This is a woman, by the way. Why I didn't do it this way, why I didn't do it that way. And I was like, everything she's asking me though was already there. The comments are answered, the input, all that stuff is just on a different document, right? So I'm like, I added you to the document that it's on. Then she goes on to like, why is it not on this document? And this and this isn't done. And I said, well, hold on a minute. I think you misunderstand because all I was supposed to do was this part. So all I was asked for my input. And I said, so I'm texting, this is all texting. So I said, and I don't, because she kept asking me about my input. And I said, well, I don't write grants. And I put an exclamation point. So the client come back on and he's like, yo, why'd you use an exclamation point? And I'm like, huh? Like, what do you mean? Why am I using an exclamation point? He's like, that's mad insensitive. And no. And I was like, at this point, it's already 6 o'clock in the morning, right? So I'm like, I want to be professional. I don't really want to tell this motherfucker, like, blow off, bro. Because I actually fire my clients, I didn't want to do that because he's really like my best client, one of my best clients. So I was just like, nothing. I just didn't respond to it because at that point, I'm like, you telling me that I'm insulting someone over an exclamation point with like the person doesn't even know me. And all I did was explain to them about the misunderstanding that I don't write grants, exclamation point. I don't know how that could be offensive, but maybe to somebody that doesn't know me, but I asked everybody else and they were like, I asked all my peers and they were like, nah, that's not offensive. Not offensive at all. And I was like, what the hell is this nigga trying to pull on me? Because it's 6 a.m. in the morning, like what's really going on? But I guess she might have felt that way. It was an African woman, by the way, a woman from Ghana or Nigeria or something like that. So maybe she said to him, he's commenting back at me with an exclamation point. So this is the only time I did this, right? Through the whole conversation. It's like 10, 12 texts going on. This is the only text that has an exclamation point on it, right? Which even made it worse. But anyway, it just kind of threw my whole day off because it's the beginning of the year. This happened like last week, matter of fact, 2 weeks ago. It's the beginning of the year. I'm trying to keep my conflicts down, and to have one so early in the year was like, God damn it, you fucked up my whole vibe for the year, over something that's trivial.
No,
So
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, man, that's the thing, right? Like something as simple as a goddamn exclamation point.
You'd be surprised, man.
Yeah,
Things that people could take offense to, even in text, man.
that's what I mean. It's like, wow, dude, like shit, dude.
So we
One
just
little goddamn.
And but see, there's nothing wrong with taking offense to something either. If somebody actually offended you, it's just really how you respond to the offense too. That's a key point. That's a key point too. Not you. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing wrong with being offended. If somebody does something that's offensive and it offends you, that doesn't make you an emotional person. That means you got pride in yourself and you will not allow yourself to be treated in an unjust manner. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's just really how do you respond to the actual offense. And so if there's a level of respect there with that particular person, you should be able to bring your concerns to the person without it offending them, because that tends to happen a lot too. Like people can't take the constructive criticism when they are out of line on something, and that's really a really big issue for people overall, is the inability to take constructive criticism, because a lot of people are rational people, and when they hear constructive criticism, they will take it as they'll take it as a personal attack.
Yep.
That's how they receive it.
Well, I don't even know the person, and it definitely wasn't constructive criticism. So, I don't really even know the person that I was talking to. You know what I'm saying? This is just like I've never met them at all. Like this is just somebody that just got thrown in my face at literally 5:30 a.m. in the morning because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? So they were asking me stuff, and I was just like, look here, bro. I tried to be, I thought, answering the questions was polite, because I really just won't even respond to that stuff. My time on anything is money. So for me to just talk to somebody that I don't even know who this person is, they're not paying me, it's just like I could just as easily just ignored it. So I thought that would have been ruder, like just letting them talk to themselves and just not responding to anything because it's not pertinent to what I do with my client. So I thought speaking to them was kind of being respectful. So that's why I don't find anything.
Yes.
I don't find it constructive. You know what he said. I don't find any of it constructive. If he wasn't paying me well, I probably would have just told him to go blow with that, because it was just like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I just did a project for him with some really difficult people that should have been cursed out. Like, it was an event, and these people were dropping the ball every 5 seconds. And I literally had to spend two weekends with this dude on the virtual chat, and we trying to play catch up. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, you know, you bring me in on a tiny thing, and I think I know I'm running the whole event. I'm like, what the, you know, what's going on here?
So basically, what you're saying is that you've done business. Y'all have a business relationship.
Oh yeah, he's been
and he introduced this other person that you have never dealt with.
Yeah. I mean, he's been a client of mine for like a year and a half, and I've worked with him. You know, we even have met in person. You know, I've worked with other people that, you know, he works with. And so this person was just like a rando. Like all I knew of the person was the email and his Google Doc. And they was just like, you know, this is what you got to do to write a grant. And he asked me, can you take a swing at it and put your input? And I just put some stuff in there, and that was it. And then they start asking me about, so then they started coming back at me with all these comments like, you got to say it like this, and you got to put this. And I was like, hold on, bro. I'm not writing a grant.
Hey, real quick. I you know, I wanted to get Giogami in. He dropped off.
Yeah, he said he was gonna be in and out. He said in the back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, bro. Let me do this real quick. If you want to come back up, bro. Let me just throw the link out here.
I don't know, man.
Oh, wait. You know what? Sorry.
I'm really big on do you guys listen to Dan Pena? Dan Pena?
Oh yeah, I love
Dan.
Dan.
I'm really big on Dan. You know, it's a lot of snowflakes out here. Effing snowflakes. Yeah. And that's what I think this generation is. I don't like this generation, man. I don't like this era. This 2000 and I'm straight out of the 90s, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm straight out of the 90s.
We all are.
We are, man.
So like this whole, I don't know when it started. I want to say 2008 to now, this era with this tragic warning. What they say, trigger warning, and all this little footsie stuff, and all this little
microaggressions.
Yeah, microaggressions,
safe spaces.
Yeah, safe spaces, passive aggressiveness, and all that. I don't like this era. I just don't. I think this era is really snowflakes, and they're too damn self-centered. Like it's all about them. They're self-centered. Like I could have took offense to this lady randomly asking me a dozen questions about writing grants, or why I didn't do something about writing a grant at 5:30 a.m. in the morning on a Monday morning. I could have took offense to that, but I tried to handle it like I thought a professional would, which was not ignore her queries, you know. So I answered her questions, but then she just kept going on. I was like, hold on. You know, I don't do this.
Well, I would say to that,
is not what I do.
Well, to that, I would say this, man. Because I have from my understanding, my daughter is Generation Alpha.
Okay.
From what I understand. Yeah, because she's 10.
Okay.
Right. So like the kids that are of that age cohort are Generation Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Now what I do is I communicate with her in such a way where she kind of fundamentally understands things the way we understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This is kind of where parenting comes into play, and how it is that parents are effectively communicating with their children.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because what I find here is that, and I've seen these, I've seen some of these really disturbing like TikTok compilations, right? Where like this, just say for example, you'll have some sort of millennial or Gen Z person who does the whole sort of non-binary gender fluid situation. They do all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're in a full-blown knockout drag out with their mother, their father, their parents or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they like it's they're over there telling their parents about this whole sort of LGBTQIA
Alphabet.
whatever the
Alphabet.
hell, right? And then on the other side, their parents are really trying to like communicate to them like you're fucking crazy. There's male, female, much like how there's a positive and negative polarity on a battery. So
Mm-hmm.
they're trying to like go real simple with it.
Mm-hmm.
Their own child is basically sitting there telling them, well, you know, all of these things are just concepts that you were programmed with and blah, 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 right? And you're literally seeing it within like one generation between parent and
Mm-hmm.
child. What happened? There was a breakdown of communication at some point.
Yeah.
There
I
had to have
mean,
been because how the fuck does something like that happen with the same children under the same roof, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
mhm.
How? Please explain it. How?
I don't know. I was gonna say something else, but I mean, man, it's some funny styles going on. That would take a whole nother hour, bro. Like, no, not even an hour. That would take like a whole nother
No,
week. And I know you want to get out of
I'm
here in an hour.
being, yeah, that was
Yeah,
really a rhetorical, right? Like
yeah,
how, right? Because I
yeah,
think, you're absolutely right, right? That that we could sidebar for hours on that, but I'm
yeah.
just kind of illustrating how, you know, you
hmm
can have the same sort of situation and two outcomes happen.
I think. You know what it is. I think what it is really Well, okay. So I'm gonna be practical here for a minute. There is some truth to what that is about, but the way it's being presented is perverse. Okay, so there is some truth to it. It's just being presented in a perverse way. It's being presented, and it's also being presented like a trick bag, right? Like, oh shit, like like they really low key have an agenda. They not doing it where okay, we're gonna share this information and then we're gonna move on. It's really just like freaking thrown at you every day. I give you an example. I remember one time, me and my nephew, we were up Saturday morning, we were watching HBO. And I'm laughing because we must have watched like 3 movies, and every movie has some type of alphabet or the appearance of male genitals. Like I'm like, what the hell is going on with Saturday mornings? You know what I mean?
Ah,
And me and my nephew were just laughing at this, and I keep trying to tell them they're trying to get you. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to give you an undercut of something that's not really what you are supposed to be about, but they making it like it's the end thing, you know. So there is some truth to the whole gender thing, but I mean no, there is some truth to that aspect of the gender thing, but in my opinion, they're just perverse about presenting it, right? Because you know biology, asexual reproduction, and all those other things, but they just perverse about doing it. And the funny thing about it is just how you know it's a trick back, right? Because they're not really trying to throw it off on the white patriarchy. You don't see white men being bombarded with that. They're not trying to burn that down, but they keep throwing it on the men that aren't in power, the black man, the brown man. You know what I'm saying? I remember I was in Brazil and I saw the damnedest thing. I saw these 2 guys. They look like freaking you were what UFC fighters? I don't know. They was ripped and built, had the beards and everything, walking down, holding hands and kissing in Copacabana. This is a Catholic country. You
oh
know what I'm
shit.
saying?
Oh
Yeah, and
wow.
I just looked at that like, and nobody had a problem with it. I just looked at that like that's the damnedest thing. And I said to myself that there's really a game that's afoot that we just can't see because we haven't put the processing power into it. But the point I'm making is to bring it home. Let me land the plane. The point I'm making is that there is something about it, but they basically have coined it differently. You know what I'm saying? Gender fluidness and all that stuff. They've coined it differently, and that's why and they're delivering it perversely. but there is some aspects to it, and the aspects to it are how can I say this? They're about energy, about energy and invocation. Like feminine energy is Shakti. And we know that feminine energy is the creator energy, right? Shakti, right? It's an old Sanskrit word, right? So, but they don't talk about it like that. They don't talk about it in a way that it connects to spirituality. They talking about it like it's some type of passion and desires and hormones and confusion with puberty. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I was I came across this word, one of my books that I have on, it's called Family Wealth Transition and Planning, and came across this word called generativity, and the definition of that is it's the propensity and willingness to engage in acts that promote the well-being of younger generations as a way of ensuring the long-term survival of the species. Now, I thought this was a phenomenal word. I was so glad to come across this word because now I have a word to make a distinction as to what this generational divide is bringing about. We come from the hip hop generation, and the hip hop generation was about rebellion, but it wasn't about rebellion in terms of just being rebellion for rebellious sake. We were being rebellious, man, to form our own identity.
Yep.
And so, and I mean, I'm going to say something. I mean, I know a lot of people might not agree with this, but from a Generation X standpoint, I just think that for the most part, I mean, unless it's valuable, we can use it. But for the most part, we just need to just completely disengage from the Boomer generation. Period. If you look at many of the issues and the problems in society that we have right now, much of it comes from the Boomers. Much of it comes from the Boomers, the policies of Boomers, you name it, is Boomer centered. And so the thing with hip hop is that, in a way, like it started off as the conscious rap and stuff like that, but somewhere in 87, 88, that gangster shit came through.
I'm telling you, man.
And
Rob,
when that
I'm telling you
gangster
what
shit,
happened, bro. What happened was that what happened was that, and this, shout out to Mike V, because we delved into this one on one of the Black Cultural Intelligence live streams that we did. The problem is that we didn't secure the intellectual property of hip hop.
Yeah, nobody knew about that
because we didn't know anything about intellectual property and the laws and stuff like that. We were just winging it. You know what I'm saying? We were just winging it. But if we can create something of that stature just by winging it, if become much more knowledgeable about the business environment, how to use business to, terraform the environment to our advantage. Like I've sat and had conversations with sisters from Africa on WhatsApp, and the thing that I found out was the most striking that I wouldn't have believed if somebody told me is that many times when they're sitting listening to music, it's usually a Black male artist. Whether it's hip hop or rap, whether it's hip hop or R&B.
Why does that surprise you? Because we are, I don't want to get into all that, but we are the end. We are it. We are the tastemakers. You know what I'm saying? We are cool.
And that's what I'm saying. Like we formulated something that, now if you go back to the 90s, we had a lot of boomer types that were really against rap. We had the C. Dolores Tuckers and the Calvin Butts, and they was out there breaking rap CDs and all that.
But they were sent. They were sent. They were sent.
Hold on. Let me say this. But on top of that, when we saw somebody like, let's say Bill Clinton, for example, when he was out there gallivanting around, these same pastors and people like that, they were out there defending him, though. They were defending him when he was doing what he was doing and sleeping with interns. but they were criticizing Tupac and all those type of things like that. So what I'm saying is that this word, what I'm saying is
Rob,
basically,
wait. Hey, Rob, you remember when that motherfucker played the saxophone?
The saxophone, that's what it was. Yeah, the
right?
saxophone.
God damn, man.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that from a generational, but that's why I love this word, because if we, and I'm gonna read it again, it's the propensity and the willingness. That's, to me, that's a key word, and the willingness to engage in acts that promote the well-being of younger generations as a way of ensuring the long-term survival of the species. Now, when we chop it up and we're talking about Alonzo, for example, shout out to Alonzo Hall, All-Star Advisor. Check out his
Is
channel,
there?
people. When we're talking about what he's talking about is all about the willingness to engage in acts that promote the well-being of younger generation in terms of getting life insurance. And so what does that communicate to the following generation when I'm gonna use the word, when you are old nigga and you don't want to get life insurance, so when you pass on, you can pass some wealth to the following generation that can give them a footing so they can compete against this white supremacy you keep talking about. If you're not willing
built
to,
like that.
if you're not willing to do that, then as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason to even communicate with these types of people, because they don't have your best interest. All they want to do is keep you in a place. They're communicating with you that it's okay for you to think like a victim instead of thinking like a boss. This is why Floyd Mayweather offends so many black people, because he thinks like a boss. He thinks like a boss,
Well,
and that's very
I
and, that,
think
and that's very that's
off-putting.
antithetical to a lot of the mindset in terms
Yeah.
of cultural thinking and consciousness for the collective of black people.
so. Here goes the thing about Floyd, right? I think what it is Floyd is just really disgusting with his money, right? It's a form of gluttony with him. You know, it's like, bro, I know how much I need. I know how much is for me is my fuck you money. It's you know, it's up there in the millions, but I mean, you know, but this cat's pushing what, a quarter, maybe 500 million, a quarter of a billion, maybe 500, half that, right? And,
Yeah.
and the way that he flaunts it, right? Okay, I think I was having this discussion. No, I didn't have this. I was reading today, right? Like, because I be traveling and stuff, and I be seeing the brothers out here talking about traveling and stuff. And I noticed some things though when I travel, and I noticed like everywhere I went, there's not a black community. But I noticed like I saw the same Asian man in 4 different countries. You know, I went to Brazil, it was an Asian man there with a store. I went to Czech Republic, an Asian man with a store. I went to Germany. I went to Amsterdam. I went to Netherlands. Same Asian man with a store.
Come
In
to
4
LA.
different
What are
countries.
you gonna see?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I got to thinking. I was like, "Damn, man, where we at in the world? Like, where we really at?" And then I saw that Africans was all over everywhere else in Europe, and I was like, "Damn, where we at? Where Black Americans at though?"
Well, Black
And
Americans, I tell you, well, okay, this is just the
mm,
position of this platform right here.
mm,
We are technocratic leaning,
mm,
right? Everything that we speak to is either tech, political, economics, intelligence based, right?
mm,
That's really the nexus of
yeah.
what this all is, right? See, so
Mm,
if you were to ask that question to myself
mm.
or Mr. Paul Jones, who just popped up, Paul,
Salute,
What's
Paul.
up going on, fam?
how you
Salute.
doing, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, I am out shopping, but I saw the fam was online. I had to
Okay,
jump in, had to see
yeah,
what was going on with y'all.
yeah,
Um,
we chilling. How did you just get in? Have you been listening in, or what's going on?
just got in, haven't been listening in. I've been out. We got a costume party coming up,
Okay,
and I am going as a 1980s theme. I'm going as a 1980s white and Schwega, which is a foreign cool guy. And I was out getting some Adidas gear.
oh
So
shit.
it's 2:40 right now in the afternoon,
Mm.
and I'm sitting outside the mall, man.
Okay, no, that's what's up, man.
And that's what you were
So
saying, because
so
I don't want you to lose that point. You was about to make a point.
Yeah, you about to make a point, Complex.
I think I lost it.
All right. Well,
No, I'm
anyway,
here.
my next thing, the next thing I was going to talk.
What was it that I was saying? I can.
We were talking about what we talk about in the space, technocrats.
You talking about
okay.
technocratic?
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? In terms of ADOS, our position is fourth industrialization, right? Like, there's nothing that anyone has countered that argument with. Let's just say, like, in this manosphere, I'm throwing out air quotes, right? In this whole manosphere space. Okay, number one, no one has come here and argued that anything that we say isn't a solution. Right. Now, the other things that we do here, we always hear a back and forth about it, right? In terms of the efficacy and whether it's actually something that will stick in terms of a long-term solution. We never really hear that either. You see, so the only thing that I can really kind of say based on what it is that we're doing over here is that we have a kind of a firm, fair idea of what you're talking about looks like. And it largely has to do with the technological applications that will become commonplace here in the near future. Right? If we're the ones deploying it, wielding it, right, benefiting from it, and all that kind of stuff, I think that puts us in a different position than what we're currently in now. And I have yet to hear anyone come and argue against that point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I've never heard no one has ever come here to argue against any of the points that literally this platform is based on. So here's what this tells me. We may be onto something.
Let me speak on that for a second.
Go ahead. No, you guys got it.
Go ahead,
you got it.
So let me tell you something, man. I'm not joking. That is not the best way. It is literally the only way.
Okay.
It literally is the only way.
Go ahead.
Because, like, right now, my daughter we're shopping colleges, we're doing all of that stuff. We're trying to firm up her online presence because resumes don't mean much anymore. Like, your online branding means more.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the only way moving forward. Exactly right. It's the only way moving forward. And anybody who don't know that, they're going to be lost.
Well, that's good. It's funny you bring it up because, see, when I'm in the tech scene and everything, and I notice like they're really pushing this generation to go into tech, and I keep thinking, like, because you know me, I'm like 45, but I pivoted all different ways. But like I'm thinking, what about the brothers who ain't pivoted, right? I'm like, are we gonna leave 35-year-old black men up to 50 behind? Like they still got another 30 years of life.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yes.
So unfortunately,
we're gonna
check this out, y'all.
Yes.
You could be the best farrier. You could be the best horseshoe maker ever born. But when they start manufacturing cars, you're done, man. You're done. So, like, I feel you. And I got a lot of love and respect. And my greatest, like, priority are the folks that look like me. If for no other reason than because those are the cats that are going to be there for me. I mean, I need a crop of young men to come up because I want my daughter to be able to get married.
Yeah, exactly.
But
exactly.
Check this out, man. You cannot make the wind blow the other way.
Nope.
Because as soon as one of these services get automated, transportation, it's already happening in the supermarkets.
Well, hold that thought. You know, in San Francisco right now, they're bragging about 10,000 miles with the automated car that they made. What's that company? I can't think of the company, but there's a company out there in San Francisco doing automated Ubers right now. And I just put up on my Twitter.
Waymo or
something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, they just did 10,000
of,
miles. Yeah. And I just put up on my Twitter I was going to invest in this company because they got the robotic machines for the fast food, you know, do the fries, flip the burger. So I put that up on my Twitter because I call those cash jobs, right? That fast food is a cash job. Like, I kid you not, me and my father were driving to the Checkers. They so desperate, they're like, work today, get paid today. I was like, what the?
Hey,
Yes.
Black, are you sub to Hey, MOT, what's going on, brother? Yeah, Waymo. Waymo.
Waymo,
Yep. What's going on, MOT? Hey, Black, are you sub to Dr. Dunbar? His channel's
No.
called his channel's called Big Discussion 76.
We'll do it right now.
Science, like science and tech. Look that one up.
Okay. All right.
Last
Discussion
Sunday,
76, okay.
like literally last Sunday, I did a one-on-one with him. Shout out to Dr. Dunbar.
Peace to him.
Where we did a whole sort of breakdown of like the micro mobility business that I operate with my partner Anti-Grav, the IoT sector and all that kind of stuff. We talked about automation, deployment of bots and all that kind of stuff, right? That's already at our fingertips.
Yeah.
Right. You know, that's where, you know, again, you know, if we're to have the conversation, if you're going to ask me, I'm going to say, okay, well, listen, we have one or two options. Either we're wielding it, we're investing in it, wielding it ourselves, developing it, maintaining it, servicing it, owning it. Okay, we're either doing that or we're subjected to it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, is you like, okay, you're going to have to pick one.
Pick one, Either you're evolving with the change, you're affecting the change, or you're being affected by the change.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely evolving with the change. You know, like I just literally pivoted into metaverse. You know, we developing an app right now, so it's like I'm like, God damn! Every time I look around, there's something new.
There's some new shit.
Yeah, some new shit. I'm just trying to keep up. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep up, and I'm telling people like, yo, this like all the black people coming around me now because I guess I'm the only one in the space, and they know I can deliver something, and they're like I'm working with a dude today. He got a show. He done changed the name of the show to Black Metaverse, and I'm like, but why we keep putting black on everything?
Oh my God.
We gotta start. Yeah, we gotta stop that. Like I'm black to the film because it's an inside joke. It's like a tongue in cheek, right? But you know, off of Back to the Future. But the point is, like, we got to stop doing that, and it's cool. We could get into this space, but we can't start doing the same repeat of what we did with the fucking black planets and all that other. You know, we can't do that no more. We gotta, because it's like what? How many? 8 billion people on the planet. We gotta try to get all that money. You know,
that race paradigm is just being effectively moved out of the way. Like
we
swiftly.
gotta get all the money. Yeah.
Well, in the age of fucking gender fluidity, race fluidity,
that was my next point.
And every fucking thing else, right? I guess it's all irrelevant, right?
Well, that was my.
Well, I mean, that's for the suckers.
No, it is.
I mean, that's for the suckers, though. I mean, honestly, that's for the suckers. Man. I mean, suckers, aka voters.
Yeah,
exactly. That right there is what it's for. But like what I was saying was just that, you know, like the bottom line is, what are we going to do about these black men that are 35 to 50 right now, and they in these cash jobs. They're looking at inadequate retirement pensions because their 401k got blown out.
You know what? Hey, Black, not to cut you off, but nothing,
right?
God damn. Check this out, though. I actually think there is a solution, y'all. Check this out. I'm gonna plug myself one time, and then I'm gonna not be self-aggrandizing.
Go ahead.
Check out my channel, 0 to 120K. Here's the thing. I've been in IT for 20
Paul,
years.
Can you post that?
I will.
Okay,
all right, thank you.
I will.
Is that 0 the number or 0 the word?
0 the number.
Post it in the back. Post it in the back chat too.
And then I'll throw it in the front.
Where I'll do that right now.
Okay.
But 0 to 120K. Here's what I'm doing. I'm building this substrate of videos I'm putting up. You know, just blogging my little daily and all this other stuff like that. Why? Not because nobody really care about some Chicago cat over in Taiwan living his life. Yeah. But because everybody gonna care when they start losing their darn jobs.
Yeah.
That's when they're gonna realize, oh snap, I need to do something. And at that point, they're going to have a resource that they can go to give them a step-by-step guide. You can literally finish your shift at Shoney's, walk out the door, start listening to these videos, start doing the things that's in the instructions, and then start out being like a PC tech, network Noxon, or something low level, right? Like that you could get with like an A+ or something like that. And if you did it today, you could be going from
What
Oh
happened?
shit! Did pauses drop?
No, he got cut off.
He got cut off. Damn.
He was
All right,
dropping
no,
the
he's still
game.
here.
I still see his face though.
The
Yeah, that's
audio,
what I
I
mean.
mean. He
all
might have
right. Can you hear me?
Wait, there he is. There he
Yeah,
is.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
All
got
right,
cut
go
off
ahead.
you got cut off at the knock in the
My
A+.
bad. My bad. So yeah, so that's actually the functional path. That's how you actually get there or begin. And the good thing is that since people can sometimes be so short-sighted, I'm showing you that no, dude, like 3 months, 6 months in, you could literally be pulling in 40K, 60K, which for these cats is amazing, right? Like, but what's going to happen, I think, is this. We have to be standing there waiting for the change to occur because cats ain't going to read these tea leaves and see it coming. They're going to
but
get
it's
caught.
too late. It's too late if they wait that long.
Yeah.
But see,
Wait,
here's the thing, is I think
okay,
it's the
Paul.
difference between a really imperfect solution and, well, welfare. Because what else happened?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. For me, in terms of energy expended, if we're going to give back, as far as I'm concerned, the young black nerds need our attention at this point.
Yeah, that's true. They
I'm
do.
gonna be honest. Like I'm sick and tired of having to hold grown ass men's hands. Like
Yeah.
those days are
That
over
was the
with.
man.
That era
I'm
is
so
gone.
fucking.
Like nobody is doing
Oh
that
my
anymore because
god.
it doesn't work. Even Frederick Douglass in his day said it's better to raise strong children than to try to repair
Build
broken
broken
men.
men.
Yeah.
So even coming from his experience as an ex-slave, like even he wasn't feeling that. So for me, I think that in terms of building wealth and things like that, because we also need to start thinking about building institutions of learning as well. We're not really represented, and I mean new age institutions of learning.
Digital.
Yes, and so what I'm saying is that we have a lot of black kids who love education, who make straight A's, who when we build wealth, when we want to start donating money to scholarship programs in universities, there can be black kids who can take advantage of these scholarship programs that will allow them instead of them having to work a job to survive during school, they can get scholarships that can allow them to maybe not have to work a job, where they can go do an internship somewhere else that gives them the access and the networking that they need to be able to get into these institutions with the new types of jobs that's coming out here. They need our support on that kind of level, because we have been given too much time to people who have shown that they don't care about evolving, and it's not getting us anywhere. We have given billions, probably trillions of dollars to the welfare state for the last 50 years. What have we gotten in return as a black community for that? Do we have a shining example of a group of people that show that they want to move and evolve? Or do we have a bunch of people stagnant? We have a bunch of people that's stagnant. And that's not on us. That's the government's issue. The government has to address that, because that was a government policy. In terms of building wealth and the institutions that we need, we don't really have time to be trying to hold grown. I say this all the time. I shouldn't have to convince a grown ass black man to want some money. I
Bro.
shouldn't have to convince him that.
Holy
Like
shit.
either he wants it or he doesn't. You know what I'm saying? So
I hear you.
I don't have time for that. And so in this like me personally, and I never thought I would say this, but I'm really serious about this. I'm at the point now where if I had to choose, if I had a finite amount of resources and I wanted to invest it in somebody who I really thought was going to really use those resources and get to another level in terms of evolving and getting themselves together so they can be able to compete in this technocratic age. If I had to choose between Ados man and an African man, I would probably go with the African man right now.
Wow.
That's just me personally.
No, I mean
That's
I
just me
gotta be
personally.
no. Well,
I'm
okay.
just keeping it real.
No, well, you okay? Well, here, let me back that up, dude. Part of the development team, even for our rideshare app, is in Kenya.
See,
Mm.
see.
Right? I can't. Okay, here where we speak to this. Okay, let me drop this link for Paul. I think he dropped off. Let me see if he wants to come back up. Hold on.
Well, I would like to hear you elaborate more on that.
No,
Though.
I'm
I
saying
want to hear.
like
Yeah.
here's the thing, right? So, just referencing that live stream I did with Dr. Dunbar last week.
Oh no, not you. I mean, I'm sorry. What's his name? Rich.
Oh no, you talking about Rael?
Rael. I want to hear Rael elaborate more on that statement.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we can see in the particular space that we're in, and we can see when we have somebody like, for example, Alonzo Hall, who we are always advertising. The fact that he is not past 1,000, he's been in this space for at least over a year, maybe a year and a half. He hasn't cracked 1,000, and the information that he is providing in terms of financial advising for Black people to help propel Black people from a generational wealth building capacity and standpoint. The fact that he hasn't cracked 1,000 subscribers, the fact that he's not being featured on every damn channel in this space tells you everything that you need to know about a lot of these men in this space, because he has the type of skill sets that can help us when we invest in him and utilize his skill set properly, can help us build the institutions so we don't have Black men out here complaining about Goldman Sachs giving Black females $10 billion because we done built 30 billion ourselves, and we have the capacity to do that. But do we have the will as a collective of men? And as far as I'm concerned, seeing somebody like him not even and if you go to his channel, especially in the last week or so, like, I mean, he always dropping some real shit. But
All
if you
the
go to his
time,
channel
every
in
day.
the last couple weeks, he's been dropping some heavy
Dude,
content.
shit that I told him to put on Patreon. Okay,
he's been dropping
shit
it
that I told
hard.
him not to do.
What's the channel called again?
It's a lot. Hold up, let me pull it up.
Alonzo Hall. Okay.
Alonzo Hall, All-Star Advisor. Hold up, let me find it. I told him not to do. I told him to put the shit on Patreon, bro. I told him he did it anyway.
And he's showing that he really do. He's showing that he really do care about the Black men in space. Because I told him myself, I'm like, yo, you gotta charge some money. Like, don't give it to these Black people for free, because Black people
I told him
when you just look at welfare. When you give Black people free, they don't value it. They don't value free. They don't value free. You gotta make them. You gotta charge them so they will value it, because at least they know, like, man, I spent some money on that. Let me at least open the book and see what it's saying, because I spent some money on it. And so for me to see men, like, to me, because me and him, we've talked. I've been on panels with him, and it's a easy win. All you have to do is follow the proper procedure. All you need is a consistent source of money coming in to be built. This is what wealthy families use. Me and he even did a show about an article I sent him showing how foreign people are using the insurance industry in the United States to preserve and increase their wealth and to protect their wealth as well. So for example, let's say, for example, a company does business in the United States. Well, the moment that you do business in the United States, you create an estate. So so you're gonna have to pay those estate taxes. Well, it was showing how they're using life insurance policies to actually build up to build up the cash value in those. So when it's time to actually pay that estate tax, they're using a life insurance policy to do it.
Yeah.
So you're talking about some phenomenal information that's being presented by, this man almost lost his life in front of him
that know this shit, man.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about somebody who almost lost his life in front of his mother and rebounded from that particular experience to be on some life insurance, financial advising type of program. And it's phenomenal, the things that he talks about, because I was already looking into some of this stuff. I already had books on it. Before I met him, I was actually studying to get my health and life insurance license. So when he came into space and he basically was backing up everything that I had been reading and studying, I was like, he was a game changer for the space. And if we're not going to use his skill set, if we're not
No,
going to use his
I got
skill
up
set,
with him. I got up with him as soon as I came across that dude's shit. I got up with him, bro. Real talk. Real talk. They really ain't. He's the only cat that's really speaking on it on the level he's speaking on it. Like he knows like
there's
the ins and outs.
nobody in the
That's why I
manosphere.
said I told him I was like,
Nobody
yo,
in the
don't be
manosphere
putting this
that's bringing
shit.
what he's bringing.
Some of this shit, dude.
Don't give it for
You
free.
you need to get a Patreon cracking. He don't give a fuck, dude. Nah, because
Yeah.
he's about
Kajabi,
that.
get a
He's
Kajabi.
about that action like that. His channel's right there. I posted it.
No,
in there.
I just subscribed. I subscribed
Okay,
and I
that's him.
jumped in his notifications. I'm looking at
Yeah.
everybody's stuff. You
Yeah,
know me,
that's him.
Complex. I'm all over the place.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro.
I had
Like,
to-
check him out, man. That's him right there.
Yeah, I had to duck a couple of cats because I realized that in this space they keep just talking about the same stuff that's not making nobody no money, and I don't understand how you can watch a 2-hour video and not get no money out of it. I take nothing away.
Bro,
Right.
I could
you got because you got men who have been in here for 2, 3, 4 years hearing the same type of content over and over and over and over and over again. And a lot of that stuff is self-defeating. It's self-defeating. I know for myself as somebody in Generation X, somebody who knows what it's like to not have the previous generation hand down the right information, because this is supposed to be normal for us. Every day we wake up as men, we should be talking about getting money in some form of capacity. That's what it should be about. It shouldn't be an anomaly. It should be the norm. Bullshitting should be the anomaly.
That's an anomaly. That's some shit that you just do when you shoot the shit, right? At the end of the day or something. After a hard day's work.
After a hard day work, you know what I'm saying? Not doing this on a continuous basis, channel after channel. And so you have a lot of men who have been languishing. If you've been in this space for 2, 3, 4 years, we have channels like this. You have channels like MOT that was in here earlier, who's talked a lot about doing trucking and things like that, doing things on the business level. If you've been in these spaces, man, around government contracts, all type of things. If you've been in these spaces, man, and you've been around these types of men and channels, and you listen to these men for 3, 4 years, you should have used this information, especially during the pandemic when it first hit, when people couldn't go anywhere. You should have been online in a program, a certification program, if you could do it online. Using that stimulus money to get yourself together, get you a program, get your certification. So when things start opening up, and things are going to start, I've been saying it, like things are going to start opening back up.
They're already doing it now.
They already doing it in the UK right now. Boris Johnson had already lifted the mandate.
It's all
it's going
lifted.
they was only going to ride it for so long, but now when things start opening back up, you should be in a better position to take advantage for the things that's out there. And you got brothers like Complex and Mike V over here and many other brothers in the space who have given men the right information to make them look in the right direction, so they'll have much more purpose to their lives. But when you have so much content that's just centered on female, you making the men think that that's their problems in life. No, your problems is not the females. Your problem is your lack of productivity. That's your problem.
You know what's funny?
Once you get to a place of productivity, which is the mainstay of your brain circuitry, once you get to that mindset, you ain't thinking about no broad. You thinking about that money. Because last time I checked, I ain't seen no woman on planet Earth that looked better than $1 million. Have y'all?
God damn.
And on that point, it's funny. It's funny you should say that, because there's this one channel. There's this one guy. He got this channel. It's a black dude, but I think he kind of like swing both ways. I think he one of them gender fluid cats on the low key, because we ain't
gonna say that.
I'm gonna tell you why in a minute. I'm gonna tell you why when I tell you what he said. I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah, but we want to stay away from that though.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
the same
space
over here.
I won't tell you who he is. I'm just saying that. He made a point. He said that, well, in speaking about that, he said that the effemination of black men is not the alphabet, right? The effemination of black men is our lack of finances. You know what I mean? And I was like, that's one thing I agree with. That's one thing I agree with.
Wow.
When he
Okay.
said that, I was like, God
Okay.
damn, he's onto something.
Okay.
I fucked with him.
Goddamn.
I was like, God damn, he's onto something.
Yeah,
And
because
that's what
you I mean, a nigga is gonna be about his shit if he's about his money, right?
yeah.
Man,
And I
what?
was like, wow.
God damn.
Intimidation of black men is our lack of finances.
I mean,
God
and
I
who
think I
better
know what
to
you're talking
say
about,
that
too.
shit than somebody who swing both ways? No,
yeah, right.
I'm
You know what
fucking
I'm
around.
saying? Yeah. So anyway, you know, on to that, you know, it's funny because I was talking to my father's wife. I call her his wife because she ain't no stepmom to me. And they're like, I think they're boomers or whatever comes before the boomers, right? And I was talking to her all summer about inflation. And she's one of those people that just don't believe nothing you say. So I tried to put it to her rationally, like, you respect educated people. And I let her hear one of these economists, I think it was Dr. Wolf, talk about inflation, right? And she's like, "Oh, we good." Now my dad's good, but he still only gets the fixed pensions. You know, he got 3 pensions coming in.
Yeah.
A post office, Air Force, and Social Security. But it's fixed. It's like $6,000 a month, but
Yeah.
he's still, you know. But anyway, I'm telling this bitch inflation is coming all summer long. Now, what do you know? They're talking about inflation. You know what I mean? It's just like you can't break through to our people for lack of ignorance. You know?
Well,
It's laziness, bro. It's apathy, man. It's laziness. It's apathy. Very much a lot of the apathy, bro. I mean, there's a lot of that going on.
And I won't
Lot
give
of
the
that.
information away for free. I won't give information away for free. And I think I said it on Complex's channel a while back. I said that when things get back to normal, like they're doing it right now, they're basically wiping their hands of this whole thing. I said, you know, they're gonna come on TV and say, look, some of y'all gonna make it, some of y'all not. You gotta get back out here.
That's what they're basically saying already. They're basically saying
that's kind of what it's always been, right?
Yeah,
you on your own.
Some of y'all gonna make it, some of y'all ain't. You gotta get back out here, though.
I mean, we have to give this this illusion or this veneer, right? That there's this sort of cohesive we type of thing, right? But see, the us, those us and those we's are actually small numbers. They're clusters.
They're clusters, yeah.
Clusters,
right? They're
clusters.
There's small numbers, and so what we want is we have to have us and we's, right? So to go back, Black, what you were saying, right, in terms of you know, right, we have to have those clusters of us's and we's, and those us's and we's are going to be small numbers because just like any other investment group, any other business entity that has its board, right? Any of those scenarios, you always are going to have there's always going to be a small number. I think what we want is we want this notion of this idea. And I'm gonna say this, and then you guys take it for about 5 minutes. I'm just gonna step away for a quick minute. But I think what we want the idea of small clusters to spread. We want that to go viral. So what we want is multiple small clusters, right? That are game planning on a 4IR sort of situation. That's what we want. I mean, dude, Ryle and I, we done, man, look, we done built on this so many times. Listen, if you got to convince people older than you of anything, you may as well not.
Right.
Well, fortunately, I'm able to help my pop out. You know what I'm saying? So I moved down to his city to look out for him because I don't like him living like that. You know?
No, there's one thing. No, I'm saying
no help.
no, one thing. No, there's one thing we we help our loved ones, right?
Yeah.
But what we're talking about, like when you were saying, okay, what were you saying? Okay, what about the brothers that are between what ages and what ages? What was that you said?
35 to 50.
Okay.
35 to 50.
Okay, so 35 to 50. Okay, that's not in your father's cohort.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Right. That's in our cohort.
Yeah.
Right. So if they're in our cohort, why the fuck are we dragging them?
I don't know. I just was putting.
No,
out
I'm just a question. It's
yeah.
No, legit.
Yeah.
It's legit. Yeah. It's just a question that I'm putting out here.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Like think about it. That they carry. so we're all carrying the same weight. My assumption, right? Like I said,
Yeah.
they're not of your father's cohort, dude. Like, I look after my pops. My
Yeah.
pops a Vietnam vet, 27 years, California State Penitentiary System, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
retired. Okay, my pops done put in a hell of work, and he's got a big property with a lot of greenery and shit that he can't maintain
Yeah.
his own right on his own, right? And
Yeah.
given that he grew up on a farm, and I grew up going to my going to my grandfather's farm, dude, when I was a kid and stuff. I intrinsically kind of understand how to take care of house and home, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to our elders, right, we intrinsically understand, especially if there's property in the mix, things like that. We understand what our role is, right?
Mm-hmm.
We understand what our role is in terms of stewarding that, like as they kind of get into the latter stages of their lives, right?
Yeah.
That's different from the people that are in our same age cohort.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. We got to look at the people that are basically supposed to be doing the exact same goddamn thing that we're doing,
Yeah.
because we're of that same cohort. So we're over here looking at them like, what the fuck?
And that's why I said, like, when I went to those 4 different countries, I saw the same Chinaman. You know what I mean? I was like, it was
No matter where
crazy.
you
I
go,
was
right?
like,
Same
no
dude.
matter where I go, yeah, same
Yeah, he's same
Chinese
guy.
dude in the store. Got
Yeah.
a store in the corner. I'm
Yeah,
like,
his store in the
how
corner.
did we get a store in the corner in another country?
I like, yo, like, I leave the U.S.
Yeah.
I go here, and you doing your thizzle.
You doing your fizzle in another store. I go to another store, and you know what's crazy? It's the same attitude from each of them, right? The same look in the glare.
Why
Hurry
is
up
the
and buy.
same?
You're
No matter
gonna
where I
steal.
go.
That's the
Goddamn.
craziest part of it.
Oh,
Like they've
like,
been
okay.
talking
So
about me.
wait. So
You
when is
know?
it that black folks are gonna be on that same shit?
I don't
Where
know, man.
where Chinese folks go somewhere and they run into black folks no matter where they go, and they be like, yo, like no matter
Hurry
where
up
I
and
go, I
buy.
run into y'all. He was like, yeah, we handling our BI. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
And it's like I'm looking at this dude like, bro, you know how much it costs to come to Prague? Why would I steal out your store? Like I'm giving him that look like, are you really checking me like I'm gonna
Get the
like
fuck out of here,
like
man.
we in Koreatown?
Like, this is not Koreatown, LA. This is not fucking Brooklyn, whatever. This it's like,
Fulton Street, Flatbush, whatever.
yeah. Just take the money. Just shut up. Take the
Yeah,
money.
exactly. But
My
no, but
shit.
that's what. But no, but I just was making that for discussion only because I noticed that that's an ignored demographics. Everything right now is black women
Yeah.
and the youth. And it's funny. Nobody's even talking about this right now in Georgia. They just passed a law. They're going to give black women only, I think, $800 a month for like 5 years or something like that.
Yeah, it's like a UBI, it's a UBI
Yeah.
type of thing, right? And see,
Yeah.
here's the thing about that, right? Like, so if I were to really just kind of think about like what sort of consumes my day to day, right?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like my own business shit, um, dude, I had like literally a business call like today at like 3 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
right, on a Saturday, because the shit don't stop,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we don't sleep. Like, we take naps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
We don't sleep. We take naps. So with that in mind, it's kind of like, okay, well, my situation is surrounded by industry and business and partners and operators and all that, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
there's a other group of people who are getting money, right? You're
Mm-hmm.
getting 800 whatever bucks a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's other people, right, that aren't even reflective of our own skin tone, right? And then they get what
Yeah.
they get. And I guess I could become consumed with what
Mm-hmm.
it is that everybody else is getting.
Yeah.
And if I did that, then what I'm not is consumed with what the fuck it is that I'm getting. Now,
Mm-hmm.
what I understand is that again, in this 4 IR paradigm, okay, if I'm focused on what I'm to get out of that, I'm gonna see way more than a measly $850 a month.
Yeah, that's true.
Shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
Not
true.
only would I see that, a lot of brothers can see that shit. This is once again, it's like, where's our focus? Right? Not to
Exactly.
say I'm not like, it's not a dismissal of anything. It's really just more of a reorientation of where's our focus,
Yeah,
right?
makes
So
Right.
much
sense.
of the
Makes sense.
conversations in this manosphere shit, it's extraneous. It's about what's happening here, there, and this celebrity and Brittany Renner and Fresh and Fit and these motherfuckers and that motherfucker. And I'm like, why the holy shit? They are literally of no importance to my life, to my industry, to my business, to my day to day, to my daughter, to my house and home, right?
Yeah,
They literally have no importance whatsoever. So in these venues here right now, right? Hopefully what we're doing is we're having conversations about things that can actually produce something for us
Mhm.
and not just bullshit. Reactionary, right? Reaction videos. We're reacting to stuff. We're not proactive, we're reacting to bullshit.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes we could be our own worst fucking enemy.
Yeah. I mean, because the beauty about being a man is that even though you carry the heavier burden, you get the greater reward. That's the beauty of it. Your burden is going to be heavier to carry because you're a man. That's just what it is. But because your burden is heavier to carry, when you
mm,
put that work in, when you put that work in a smart way, because we're
mm,
past we're past the times where, our great grandfathers and our great great grandfathers had to work themselves to the bone to keep a family alive. We're past that point.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
We
yeah,
don't have to do that anymore. Like we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that to prove that we're just these men, these strong men. We don't have to kill ourselves and sacrifice ourselves like Jesus Christ to prove to people that we care
mm,
about them.
Right.
At the end of the at
yeah,
the, at the end of the day, like it's our choice. If people are going
yeah,
to get protection, if they're going to get protection and sustenance from our hand, then they have to conform to our will. Bottom line, or we leave them. We leave them in
yeah,
the dust,
exactly,
and that's just the bottom line.
exactly.
I mean, and so now we're at a place where I think for a lot of men don't have that save the community guilt that used to keep a lot of men stuck. So now, me personally, I think that this is one of the best times to be, a black man because you're
Mm,
truly free. You're truly
mm,
free to do what's in your own best interest. Not the group, not the community, not
mm,
these wayward females. You get to do what's in your best interest, and if in your best interest means you go to Africa, you get you a wife, you go to South America, you go to different places to do that,
Wherever
then
the
so
hell.
be it, wherever the hell
mm,
it is. So that the tech the technology alone has already addressed that particular issue because you can swipe right or swipe left now. So
yeah, yeah,
has already accomplished that in terms of being able to connect. Because when you connect with women from more traditional cultures, the level of conversation that you have with them is not going to be based around game. It's going to be based around what are you doing that's productive, that can help
yeah,
us be together for the long term. So that's a different
yeah,
type of conversation. So you don't even have to go through to try to get her to convince you. You don't have to go through all of that. So now it's about being productive and being on your game because as long as you're focused and being on your game, the reward is going to come because you planted that seed first in your mind. That seed has is growing and developing as you moving in that on that path, and at a certain point that harvest is going to come because that's nature. That's
mm,
nature. That seed time and harvest time is a universal language.
mm,
It's a universal law. So at the
mm.
end of the day, that's why men have to be on their purpose. That's why they cannot be distracted by these unimportant conversations. Somebody needs to meet up. Somebody needs to meet up.
No, I just muted Paul. It's a
Some
little
people,
loud.
yeah, a lot of people need to make sure. that a lot of brothers need to make sure that they're on their purpose, because
Mm-hmm.
we have men who felt that they had to go through a lot of stuff for the sake of a community. Well, the truth of the matter is there are two black communities. There's one for black men and one for black females.
Yes,
And when you try
exactly.
to when you look at things from a value standpoint, it makes it damn near impossible from a collective standpoint for them to come together. So you don't have time to be trying to figure that out. Malcolm tried to figure that out. Marcus Garvey did. A whole bunch of
Yeah.
other men tried to figure that out,
Yep.
and it ain't work. And it ain't gonna never work because the value system is not there. But
Yeah.
if you talk to a sister in Uganda, if you talk to one in Kenya, and you talk to one in Ghana or Rwanda who is coming from a traditional family culture background, who has penalties to pay for bad behavior, now you can get somewhere, because now you can get somebody that's on your program. Now you don't have to negotiate um cooperation. She's already coming to the table cooperating. So you
Mm-hmm.
don't have to go through all the other nonsense you typically had to go through. And so that's what it's supposed to be about. Because if you could just deal with somebody who is already cooperating, instead of having to have a discussion about why should she cooperate, then it makes it easier and you can get to your goals faster, because she's already on the program and she's going to do what she needs to do, just like any other intelligent women on the planet who understand that their survival pretty much is directly tied into the kind of man they choose to be with for the long term. So it's a
Mm-hmm.
whole different kind of ball game, and that's pretty much where we are. And I think for a lot of men, that's a very scary place for a lot of men to be, because they haven't really been prepared for the actual external world like that. And being able to talk about these conversations about females all the time, it keeps them in that world, so to speak, so they don't
Mm-hmm.
really have to go out here and actually have to figure some shit out. We
Mm-hmm.
are in business. We understand that you have to figure that shit out. Like there's
Every
There's
nobody
day.
no,
holding your
there's
hand. There's
no
no holding your
fucking,
hand like that. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying?
and there's no step one, step two, hell no.
Nah, nah,
Every day.
nah, nah, nah.
There's
I
no
mean,
step one, step
but the
two.
beauty,
Yeah.
but the beautiful thing about business is that in business, this is where it's so beautiful and where we win. More than likely, when you put your eyes on something business wise, somebody has already addressed it a certain way. They might have wrote a book on
Mm-hmm.
it, article or something. They have built the
Somebody
industry
touched
to a
on it.
certain to, somebody has touched it in a certain way. So all you got to do is just find the information that can say, okay, so that's what they did over there. Okay, well, let me put this little piece over here, what I'm thinking about, and let me put my own spin on it. And that's how it develops over time. Like, so the infrastructure in terms of a mindset is already there. So if you could just find the right information and connect with the right people. And it's funny too, because business does really operate on the law of attraction, because there's times,
Yeah.
man, where
Hell yeah, it does.
I have gotten information that I wasn't even looking for intentionally, and I've gotten what I needed. Like, I've gotten that particular information that I truly needed, even though I wasn't looking for it. I might have been looking for something different, but I came
Mm-hmm.
across that piece of information that I truly needed, and it really has helped me. So it really does operate on that law of attraction. So when you're moving,
Mm-hmm.
moving in that way, you're just going to naturally attract the type of people or the information you need to get you where you need to be, because you're moving in that vein.
Yeah, yeah. But that's all true. You know, that attraction, what they call it, the secret, for lack of a better, better grander term. Yeah, that's all true. But I don't know. I just was putting that out there because I just see. I know it's not what we should be focused on. It's not our purpose, but I just see like like a little bit of something, but it's not important.
No, man, no. I mean, your observations aren't off. I mean, it's kind of why. Well, I don't want to say kind of. It is why we do we have these conversations and we talk about it. And what we have to do is compare and contrast, like what it is that we can deduce through logic and common sense, reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are the most logical, reasonable pathways, right? To get a positive outcome versus
Mm-hmm.
what is done in contrast to that, writ large, by people who say we need a solution to said problem,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? Is what's the conversation that you're having about the problem versus what are you actually doing about it? And is the conversation that you're having leading to a solution to said problem, right? This is kind
Mm-hmm.
of like the nexus of this whole sort of communication live stream that we're doing right here, right? This whole
Mm-hmm.
communication thing, like the whole communication. Okay, Ryle, he'll be back. Um, but that's what it is, dude. That's kind of what it is. And there he is, right there. Um, it's really just getting over that hump. Okay, is
Mm-hmm.
when you ask about like the brothers that are 50 to 35. Okay, my thought to that is they need to get over the fucking hump
Mm-hmm.
because as men, when we get and Ryle and we've been talking about this over the last few weeks, right? Like when you hit your 40s, that's money making time.
Yes, that's the perfect time. You're in your prime. You're in
That's your money making time. Basically,
your
from here
peak.
on out, it's money making time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
if what is actually being said here is that we need to convince this cohort of men that the time of their life that they're actually in is their money making time, that is a problem. You should
Mm-hmm.
already know this.
Yeah.
What the fuck have
Yo,
you been
and
doing with your life up until this point? Okay, Paul, are you back, dude?
yeah, I'm back. And so it's so funny, man, because I was actually having a conversation with my wife about that because we were doing finances, we were doing some planning. And you got to understand that doing so internationally, with all this stuff, it can get pretty complex. And pun intended. And I was regretting that. Oh, I wish that we had put a little bit more here, put a little bit less there. And she was like, "Man, don't even sweat it, because like that wasn't the time to accumulate all of the wealth that we're going to live off of in our old age, right? Like riches and wealth accumulation, like for generational transfer, that's for your 40s and 50s and 60s, right?
Right.
Like, and I think it's a genetic thing. I think it's all kind of things, right? But like, you're going to be distracted by stuff in your 20s and 30s. That's just going to happen unless you're one of a very small number of people. And it's cool. Like, it's natural. It's okay. And even if it ain't, it's what it is. So it's what you got to work with. But I think that you're right. Like, changing people's focus, because it's so funny when y'all talk about like the evolution of coming into the manosphere, seeing that the manosphere is just stuck, it's frozen in amber. They ain't moved in years, man. And then being
In
like,
years.
oh man, this is kind of boring, dog. And then like moving on to the next thing and then growing. That's exactly what happened to me. I remember just before the pandemic, I started listening to some streams and stuff like that with black people on it as I'm doing my work and what have you. And I was like, oh man, it's so fun that these cats talking about, but like, give it 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I'm like, man, they still complaining about
Still the
these
same shit.
shits, man.
Yeah.
I was like, daggone. And it's so
What
funny
the
because
hell?
I've thrown in a couple of times too, like trying to put some help to it, like just trying to give them basic information, like I would give my son, right? Like, no, listen, you got the cart before the horse here. Like, don't try to convince a chicken nothing. Like, go be
Yeah.
something, and then she'll see it, and boom, she convinced you ain't got to do nothing.
Well, Paul, I got to tell
Yeah.
you, like, I have a hard time literally talking about the same shit twice. Like
I
there's any all these live streams that we do at the Sapio shit, like all the topics are different. It's never the same thing. I literally fundamentally I have an issue with literally firing up a live stream and talking about the same thing I talked about yesterday.
but you know what
That
it
is
is.
just that kind of
I
doesn't.
honestly, I see patterns sometimes in some places where other people don't see patterns. And I got to tell you, the Black Manosphere, MAGA movement, incels, they all got the same beef, right?
Yeah.
They all got the same beef that life hasn't given them what they feel they are entitled to. And other individuals outside of themselves don't behave in ways that they believe that they should. And like, man, I got a 14-year-old son and I have these conversations with him. So like, it's like, listen, little Negro, people aren't going to do what you think they should do. People gonna do what they're gonna do. Put yourself in a position so that you either come in with me
or sit where you at, right? Like that's the only way to get the change that it is that you're looking for in anything, unfortunately, right? Like I would love to live in a world where you could have you can make an impassioned plea to the Black female community, and the percentage of them that act ratchet and selfish would stop doing so, but they will not, right? Like I wish that it was possible to have, like, to make an impassioned plea to the Black male community. Hey, listen, man, I understand that you feel like things have been taken away from you, because they have, but it's time for you now to pick up additional responsibility, because that's the only way that you repair the damage that was done, because it wasn't only done to you, it was done to all of us, right? Like I lived in Chicago in the 80s, man.
Mhm.
Crack destroyed that city. It destroyed that city. It destroyed my family. It destroyed like the entire Black community. It was no particular Black person's fault, and it was done to us. We didn't do it. It was done to us. But even though that is unfair, none of us have a time machine. And there is no universal, like, who you gonna follow the grievance with? Who you gonna ask for?
Right.
Who you gonna ask to make you whole? Because it's the same people that did it to you, is the same people who will be adjudicating your cases. So like, so just, it ain't gonna happen. So
Oh wait,
it
I'm sorry.
has
There
to be.
was crack placed where?
Oh
I'm sorry.
man,
What was
who?
that? Oh really?
Who?
Tell us more about that.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Oh man, I hate to hear that. Oh man. So
Wow, that's terrible.
yeah, and Reagan told y'all, but didn't Reagan tell y'all to just say no? Why didn't you just say no?
Why do you guys just say no? I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, like, yeah. When the little girl was sleeping in the bed, she got shot through the window. Why didn't she just tell the bullet no? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
yeah. So I think I think
that.
you're exactly right in the fact that we need to just completely turn the sense of focus, because I see that whole Black manosphere and all that stuff like that, man. I see that as mental masturbation, man. They all sitting around
Oh my
telling
god.
each other that they got these problems that they got because somebody else ain't acting the way they think that they should act, man. You know, when people start acting the way you think they should act, when you got money and when you got power.
Right.
Yeah, when you got
right.
when
Say that again, Paul. Say that again.
when you get yourself money, when you get your own money, when you get your own power, that's when people start acting the way you think that they should act, right? Because they're not acting any way that they like, because ain't nobody in Taiwan like, oh, I wonder what Paul Jones think I should do. They don't care, right? But when Paul Jones walked in the store and he got an ass pocket full of money and a couple of lawyers, and Paul thinks something should happen, well, then people are asking Paul what they think should happen, right? Like, because it ain't really the person, it's the platform, right? So you got to like accrue that power first. Once you accrue that power in a small measure, you apply it slightly bigger. And then again and again and again and again and again and again and again, right? So, I mean, I'm coming out of Georgia, and like them giving, man, Georgia is a cesspit, man. Them giving anybody anything in Georgia, what they basically doing, in my opinion, is they becoming the man of the household, right? Because if the state of Georgia giving some chick $800, she's gonna do what the hell the state of Georgia say. If some
But
Negro
Paul,
giving her,
but Paul, we know all the gentrification that has taken place in Atlanta, all the building, the development that's taken place. That is basically, that money is hush money for the women that going to get moved out of all the prime real estate areas in Georgia, from Bankhead to all the other different places in the metro Atlanta area, that they need to move out. They're probably going to move them south. Probably going to move a lot of them south, Clayco. And so a lot of times cats are looking at certain things happening, and because they identify, like at the end of the day, like, why would you identify with a woman who is cool getting $800 a month anyway? Like, she shouldn't even be on your radar.
Well, don't forget the children. Don't forget the children now.
Right. She's
got
not
a bunch
even
of
any
kids.
right. She's not even any consequence to you, because if $800 a month, $850 a month is enough to satisfy her, she's a low grade type of female. She's
which
low
is true,
class.
but
She's black.
let me.
That's low class. So for
I do
men who
not.
claim that, they're thinking black men, that is such a silly distraction, because one thing that we have to really take into consideration is the class dynamics. At the end of the day, with your son that you was talking about, Paul, when he grows up to be a man, would you want him to marry into that particular family of women?
Hell no.
Let me tell you something, man. Like
Come on.
I would sacrifice and hurt my own. I would hurt my own money to take time off of what I'm doing to go and pull him out the situation, because it would cost me more to let him make that mistake. But let me put it to you this way. Think about it this way, because I don't disagree with you, right? Like, I've had the same woman for 20 years, right? Like, I've been rocking with this chick for 20 years. So, and she is quality. But let me tell you this. Here's the other side of it. All of those chicks that's taking that 8, right? Like, to you and me, it's a joke. But think about it in this way. A lot of those, if you break it down by percentages, I'm going to say 25% of them would make very good workers. And I'm not trying to be cruel, and I'm not trying to be cold. But like, if you want a successful business, you're going to need people to work at it, right?
Oh yeah.
Number one.
That's different.
Number
That's
one.
different.
Number one. Number two, like 5% of them or 2% of them are going to make excellent managers. Like, I remember hiring a manager for a business, and all of the qualifications that they needed exceeded my qualifications as the owner, but they got a salary and I got the profits of the business, because that's what their mentality is. They want a salary. They want benefits. They want security. They want stability. Now, I didn't tell them that, hey, listen, if I fail this fucking business, you ain't got none of that stuff. So all of the security you think exists, none of it really exists. Right? I got it more than you do.
Yeah, there's no job security.
But they don't understand that. So you give them what it is they want. I don't disagree with you that, like, if my own son went to go marry one of them thoughts, man, like, I would drag the cat. I would drag him out, right? Like, I would lock him up, right? Like, but here's the other side is that we ain't talking about marrying these chicks. We ain't talking about marrying these chicks. We're talking about hiring them to do specific jobs. And beyond that as well, you got to think about the fact that even though you have experienced success in your own life, made good decisions, and reaped the rewards of them, some people's luck ran bad. Like, so some of these chicks that got like 2 or 3 kids, 2 or 3 of these half-head Negroes that they thought was going to save them or that they loved or what have you like that. Like, these cats are in a very bad position. So it's not about like every one of them needs to be wifed up, because the world ain't binary. They ain't 1 or 0, right? Like, you ain't dismissing her to God or marrying her.
We don't have an even ratio, right?
Exactly. So there's the middle part. So I say this, just like in wartime where they drop the leaflets on everybody, like, drop the leaflets on them, right? Because some of them gonna come looking, and then like you start going through your hiring process. Okay, well, this person speaks really well. She a damn thief. So make her a receptionist, but make her one of the receptionists that sit on a high chair and a stool by the door, so she ain't got nothing she can steal. You see what I'm saying?
But you look at now you're looking at it. Now you put your business hat on. So now, because you put your business hat on, you're not seeing race. You're seeing a demographic. And see, that's the difference between a lot of us who are in business and a lot of people who just talk like they're in business. They see people. They see a lot of times race or racial backgrounds. Business people see demographics. How can
you're very right.
How do I make this thing that I'm trying to make as terms of product appeal to this particular demographic? How can I do this? And so you do the obviously research, and you try to see, what thing, you might have what do they call those groups? Focus groups that you sit down and ask them questions and things like that. Now you're talking about things on that level because you're seeing things from a demographic perspective. That's intelligence. You know what I'm saying? When I brought up your son, that was coming from a family-centric perspective. So
think about this. And this is just a thought that I'm trying to put into your head. It's not to try to convince you one way or the other, but all of us, and I think one of our greatest problems right now, one of the things that we're wrestling with right now, is that everyone born and breathing has an inherent bias, right? Like it's built into you as a human being. You will be biased. But the people in positions of power don't hold our biases, right? So I think the real thing to try to do is to race for um, like money and control, not just, for the megalomania of it, not just for like the shine of it, but because then that you have the biases that will serve the people that you care about. So just automatically, the business mindset will fix like a lot of the racial demography issues. They will fix a lot of because I've started 2 or 3 businesses and sold 2 or 3 businesses. And every single time they were full of black people, man. Because it's not like I won't hire white people. It's not like I won't hire other races. But most of the recommendations that I get are going to be melanated people. Most of the people that I have conversations with back and forth and have shared experience with are going to be melanated people. So I feel what you're saying, and I do not disagree. I will, however, say add on to it that, like, I think if you put yourself in a position where you get to start making decisions, you will pick people like you. And then the people that you pick will very likely do very much the same thing.
Yeah, that's called in-group bias.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
referred to as in-group bias. Yeah,
yeah.
everybody does
That's
that.
what you're gonna prefer. Yeah, that's what you're gonna prefer. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I'm
Everybody
gonna
does
step
that.
away for just for a few minutes. I'm not sure like who this cat is in the chat, man.
I
Just
just
let
removed them. I just removed them,
yeah,
so
I'm like, dude, like
it's
I'm
bugging.
not yeah, it's a whole lot going on in this chat right now with this one cat.
yeah. I didn't
Yeah,
even know
I'm
He's
not
a
sure what's going on, but
troll.
I appreciate you for looking out, Black.
He's a
Hey,
troll. Yeah, I got him.
I'm gonna mute. I'll be right back, y'all.
All right. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
called in-group
go
bias.
ahead, go ahead.
And it's prevalent in everything. One thing we don't understand either is what they call taste-based discrimination. Taste-based discrimination is basically companies are willing to forego a cost with purposely discriminating because they know that their market doesn't want to deal with black people or whatever ethnicity, but primarily it's black people, right? That have to deal with taste-based discrimination, meaning that companies don't want to hire you if they feel you're going to be dealing with a diverse marketplace. So because then they feel like they got to hire people to work with you who don't want to work with you, and pay and as such pay them more, and then they got to do more marketing and more ethnically ambiguous marketing strategies to convince those people to come do business with them when you're the forward face of the business. So they're willing to forego all those costs by discriminating against you, illegally.
And it's amazing too because like I was watching a review of a show on Amazon, and the dude like that was talking about the show on Amazon, his feelings were so hurt, man, that they had I don't know, diversified the cast as opposed to the strict interpretation of the book as it was written. There were more brown and black people, right? And this cat was so hurt by it, man. Like, but I mean, these are all realities. So I think that as we move into this like more diversified fourth industrial complex, these cats they're not gonna sit down. They're not going to take it like well. It's gonna be more MAGA, not less, man, because these cats are gonna be real bent out of shape about like reality changing into a hue which they do not prefer, man. So like I think that
Go ahead, go ahead. I thought you were finishing that.
no, I was gonna say, so I think it's a race to start positioning ourselves, right? Because without
Right,
it, like only power responds to power, man. Like they don't care
right.
nothing about like a call for justice or any of that other stuff, man.
Yeah, all that
That's
moral
all that
stuff.
stuff
Yeah,
is moot. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I've actually said that numerous times that many black men think that they're gonna make the moral argument and win, and it's not. It's not gonna be that. Um, and the issue that a lot of the men will have is that they haven't caught on to the fact that intelligence, whether it's hardcore intelligence in terms of hard skills or even soft skills in terms of the workplace, talking about things like emotional intelligence. These things are becoming the in group. They're becoming exclusive. We see it with the we see how people are talking about the tech world in terms of things like now they're named Meta, Twitter, and all these other billion dollar companies or whatnot. They have become exclusionary type spaces. They're writing rules in terms of how things can be communicated and things like that. So intelligence is becoming the actual in group. So it's not like the 90s where it was cool to be dumb. That era of time is gone. It is over with. And so if you're not adjusting and adapting to the new environment as it relates to intelligence, you're going to be in a very precarious position because how rapidly fast things are moving. One of the things that I suggest men get is a subscription to LinkedIn Learning. LinkedIn Learning is a great avenue for learning things from business standpoint and tech standpoint. It used to be lynda.com, and then LinkedIn ended up buying them out. And it's a great repository for information. It's basically kind of like the YouTube without all the riffraff. It's just business oriented and tech oriented type stuff. And because a lot of men are going to have to jumpstart their education in terms of moving in this particular direction, otherwise they're going to get left behind.
Yeah, I'm a huge advocate of that. And as a matter of fact, it's features prominently in the plan that I have for cats to come up, man. Is that because it's gone are the days where you go to the library and you check books out, man. Like, it ain't no time for that no more. Right. And it's inconvenient, and the subject matter changes too quickly for it to be, published and shipped to libraries. Like, by the time all that stuff's done, it's no longer relevant, So no, I haven't really done LinkedIn Learning, but I will oftentimes get subscriptions to those things, just like to go through when I am doing something new or there's some sort of new technology or process or what have you that we may be integrating or something like that, mm-hmm. because this stuff changes constantly, man. That's the one thing that is consistent, is the rate of change. It just keeps occurring all the time. So yeah, I'm a big believer in those, man. And if you can get one and it's $20, $30 a month, I've never understood how cats don't see where $20, $30 a month that will get you a 50% raise or a 30% raise. It's insane not to do that, right? It's like paying a penny for somebody to give you $100 bill. Why in God's name would you not do that?
Exactly. Because also too, when you have something like LinkedIn Learning, if you're in school, many schools have it already in your tuition, so you can set you up an account. I know I did it with my college years ago. Sets you up an account through your school. Many jobs as well offer LinkedIn Learning as well. Because they know that their employees, the corporate world knows from a training and development standpoint that the present and future employees are going to have to be not just very skilled in their hard skills, but their soft skills, especially their interpersonal skills and communication skills, are going to be much more valued. Matter of fact, I was reading an article a couple weeks ago, and it talked about how the soft skills are actually more valued than the tech skills in the workplace, because many of the projects that you're going to be working on in the corporate arena are designed for you to collaborate in teams. And so if you can't communicate effectively in these teams, that affects the bottom line of the company. If you have the type of personality that is very off-putting, acerbic, and ultimately will run an employee off that a company can't afford to keep, that can ultimately lead to a company going bankrupt and failing, because that employee was so critical to the bottom line and to the success of the company, and your bad attitude ran them off. Everybody will lose. So they're seeing that the communication skills level is because so many people are coming out of college lacking proper interpersonal skills and learning how to actually intercourse with people on that kind of level. They might got a degree, but their social skills are horrible, and this is affecting companies' bottom line tremendously.
It's funny. I was reading an article about that. Is that like they polled businesses, and like some of the number one and number two skills were communication back and forth, like email and like just being able to have like verbal communication back and forth. Because like a lot of cats, man, there was a point in time in which like you could be alpha and you could get paid a whole bunch and just sit in the corner and be like a crazy acting person. But if you were highly skilled in a particular thing, then you were vital to the function of a company, man. But like when a lot of services started moving towards, cloud-based solutions that have less, that are less vendor specific and those tight ways, like those cats are less tolerated. You have to be able to collaborate now, man. So I think that like this whole future thing is a very, very difficult knot to untie. But like one thing that I told my son is that like, don't sweat being 100% right, because it's not going to happen. Be 30% right and you'll still get rich. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Long as you find your niche, yeah, you're good. And that's the key. Finding your purpose. Once a man finds his purpose, his internal compass is good. He's moving in the direction that he needs to move in. And that's why when somebody I think maybe you Black Films was saying like what do we do about the older men? It was like we don't live in a time where we can hold hands like that no more. Like either we give you the information or you take to it or you don't. Like we're not in that time where we can just cajole you into it. Like we just got time and try to convince you and get it. We literally don't have that kind of time because things are moving at such a rapid pace. You got other groups of people that are coming online that they're willing to compete, and they don't have to be convinced to take the information because they're coming from backgrounds where they need to, like, it's survival for them. Like they're coming from certain types of backgrounds where they literally have to really be on top of things, and they're trying to bring their families into a higher level of living. So at the end of the day, it's like you either have to want it or you don't. Now, me personally, I think there are certain directions that people can go in terms of like getting money to try to get people to try to develop skill set. Like you got you can set up nonprofits where you can have employment training. Employment training, so you can start teaching people and skills like that who are actually interested, who might be older. Those things can be helpful to certain types of people, but overall I think that a lot of our energy is better spent dealing with the youth who are less jaded, less fearful of the world, who are much more open to communicated things on that type of level, taking on that mentorship. One of the things that's very hard for a lot of Black men to do is accept leadership from another man, and they get offended by it. And so if you're in business, one of the most important things that some of the most successful business people out here, like Warren Buffett, tell you to do is if you're trying to be in a certain type of business, you get a mentor who's already doing it, who's done it for years successfully, because it just helps your educational increase your educational levels in that particular lane, so you don't have to go out there and make all the mistakes they made. They can tell you, hey, don't do that because that doesn't work. So it'll just cut out so much time you have to waste. So we have to be much more open to mentorship, and reading is a form of mentorship, because when you read books from people who are successful in certain endeavors, they're basically mentoring you through the process as well.
So as a matter of fact,
Can we do something about that term? Can we do something about that term though? Educated lanes. I'm so over it already.
Oh my God. No, let me tell you something. I just realized two things. First thing that I realized is this. You're 100% correct in the fact that, so I'm learning a language right now, which is a difficult task. Now, compare learning a language from a book versus learning a language talking to a person, right? I think that's the difference between like a mentorship where you're talking with someone who has knowledge and experience and insight and opinions, versus, like any materials that you can get from any place that are completely non-responsive. And the second thing that I realize is this, man. I tell you what solves the problem of the older adults that don't want to, like get with the program. We used to call it back when I was young, get down or stay down, right? Like you could do this or stay broke because ain't nobody gonna miss you, right? Like it's all good. And then what happened is that ironically, when people see that you're willing to move on without them, they're like, okay, he ain't trying to cajole me. He ain't trying to get me to do nothing. Let me go see what he's talking about. Because like, here goes the thing is that there is so much work to be done and there is so much to cover that like these cats, man, they may get it, they may not, but like the ones that do are the ones to concentrate on. And I'll say finally, man, that educated lane, man, let me tell you something, dog. Oh my God. I actually ironically kind of love it. And I'll tell you why. I love it. And I'll tell you why. Anybody who dumb enough to believe that stuff or say that stuff, they automatically self-eliminate, right? Like you automatically know that they too stupid to try to deal with, right? Like, like the I used to, and I'm not enormously proud of this, but I used to be a strip club king, man. Like, and the stories was always the same, right? These cats was always, studying for something. They was always, had all of these issues with people that had done them wrong in all these different ways or what have you. But whenever you heard any of that kind of crap, man, you knew that it was just hot garbage, man. And it's just some people that's like programmed badly, man. They backwards. Yeah. Like they built bad or their experiences taught them very untrue things, man. And I tell you what, bro, I guess maybe you could unwire that and wire it back right, but I don't know how, dog. I ain't never seen it done.
I always rebut that by saying to this is my monologue. I say to people that use that term, I tell them like this: if you ever thought the universe was ever going to let those people win, you're an asshole. You know what I'm saying? The universe was never going to let those people win. It was always going to be someone like me who's intelligent, who's poised, who's a scholar, who continuously studies out throughout their whole life. You know what I'm saying? Because the universe just doesn't work like that. That's what I say to them. It doesn't work like that. There's no way that you can be an idiot and succeed. It just doesn't work like that.
Well, and I think it's just a thing of having a very, very short time horizon, because think about this for just 1 second. The purpose of intelligence is to be able to accurately predict the future. Man, like, come the hell on, dog. Like, I don't care how strong, how vital, how in the know somebody is at any point in time. If you can outthink them, it's invariable that you win, man. Like it's that's just what it is, dog. Facts. And I think that like a lot of people are still stuck in a lot of trauma teenage mentality type of things. But like if you're doing the stuff that the cool people in your high school doing, like I mean, come on, man, you boring to me. Like if I went online right now and went to Facebook.
Most of those people ended up being unsuccessful. The most popular people from high school ended up being unsuccessful.
Oh man, like them cats. When I used to run into them cats in the subways of New York, they look awful. I didn't recognize nobody. Niggas was deadbeat dads, crackheads, all kinds of felons. Like I was like, yo, what happened to your life?
And I tell you what, it's easy to explain, right? Because like if you the most popping, if you the hottest chick in high school, or if you the hardest hitting dude in high school, all that is you peaking too early. You attuned to be successful in a venue where it don't even effing matter. Yeah. Right. So the joke is on those cats, man. And like I was talking to my daughter, she, no girl ever thinks that she's popular enough or pretty enough or that she has enough, people that want her or want her time. And I was telling her, no, like, be frustrated. Welcome to frustration. Because would you rather think that everything is going perfectly for you now? Or would you rather think that everything is going perfectly for you when you're 25 and you got a good job that you like and you finish your education and you looking like for some man or some whatever you may want that you trying to live your life with? Which time is it better for everything to be perfect for you? Because she was telling me of a girl that's at her high school. They go to this private school, and there's a girl at her high school that has 10,000 Instagram followers. And she was saying that she felt bad because she didn't even have her Instagrams. And I'm like, listen, man, don't be fooled. I understand being young. You think that type of attention is like affirming and it like would make you feel good, but it's not. It's hollow. And of all of the tens of thousands of Instagram followers that chick may have, like, think about how many of them actually know her or care anything about her. Think about what would happen to her in her life if she, I don't know, broke a leg, got sick. What's Instagram gonna do? Instagram don't care.
It's fake. Instagram is fake. All this media, all this social media is fake. You don't make no money from it. I mean, you do, but on a certain level. But most of these people are not on that level. You know what I'm saying? They're
Yeah,
not
it's just a big.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. It's a big television commercial.
Yeah,
it's a big never-ending. It's a never-ending television commercial.
If people knew what Instagram and, as we're on here colloquially, YouTube charges advertisers compared to what they pay people who have the numbers. And you know what makes me laugh? People be like, "Oh, I need 100,000 subscribers." I'm like, bro, how many people are in the world? Like the most popular show ever, Friends, was peaking at like 10 million in the ratings, and you're at 100,000 on YouTube that has the reach of everybody on the planet. So what does that tell you? You see what I'm saying? Like, your content's not diverse enough. That's why you only have a couple of these cats, and they're all Europeans that got like 20 million subscribers.
No,
I think
well,
Jake
well,
Paul.
well, even if you but look, Marcus Brownlee he's like probably the biggest tech
I know
blogger on YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thing about it is that you can have those millions of people, but even if you have those millions of people, you have but bits of their attention.
Yeah.
Right? You have but bits of their attention. See, so like when you were saying, like back in the day, like, was it Friends that show you said, or
yeah,
like
the TV
Seinfeld
show,
and shit
TV
like that,
show
right?
Friends, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you had to wait until Thursday, every Thursday, when Seinfeld and Friends came on, right? So you had more attraction, you had more attention, and it was more intense attention. I used to watch Seinfeld every Thursday, dude. That was like my favorite show growing up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, it's sort of like all the content literally just pops up in your feed when you want it, and then you can go back. So you don't necessarily have to give it attention at this moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can always like put it in your favorites, put it in your saved or whatever, and then go back to it later. You see, so there's attention appropriation. That's also changed, right? How people apply their attention. And I think also because so much of whatever it is that you want to consume in terms of content is available to you, you have a tendency to have more of your attention go to whatever it is that's most prevalent, right? That means that you prioritize other things of more importance less, right? So I think there's sort of like an underlying sort of social media side effect, right? That I don't even think that most people realize that they've succumbed to.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. YouTube, I think, is such an insanely, amazingly powerful platform that, like, it scares me because they are, I believed in micro markets, right? Like, I'm not trying to sell one can of Coca-Cola to every one of the 300 million people in America. I'm just trying to sell, like one to maybe, I don't know, 300,000 people in Atlanta. Right. And that made me a lot of money. I did very well with that. But YouTube has got micro marketing down to like a science, man. And they're doing it like with $6 billion different people that's online. They are massively powerful. And like the steel companies and the AT&T getting broke up, they ain't have jack squat on YouTube, man. YouTube is a insane behemoth, because I remember when we were coming over here, I watched, God, we had to consume like, I don't know how many hundreds of hours of programming about, like, you know, how to get all of your paperwork and all this stuff like that, man. Like, I mean, I got a gold card, like watching YouTube to get information on what it is I needed to do and what ministry I needed to apply to. The information that's on there is so timely, so insightful, so powerful, so targeted. Like, it's insane, man. But like, the thing that scares me about it is that when one group holds that much power, what they decide to do with it, if it's not in your favor, man, you are in trouble.
Well, that's kind of like the catch-22, right? With all this type of stuff here. It's also one of the reasons why we push deployment of technology, not just usage of it, because like you just said, you know, you could be using someone else's platform, and then if they determine for whatever reason they don't like the message, we've been there. As far as this channel right here, we kind of know what that's about. That's why we play it safe nowadays. You know, so that's where taking initiative to create the new platforms to roll out these other platforms comes incumbent upon us, right? Like, it would be foolish for me to look at the people who run YouTube and go, how come you don't have a black version of YouTube?
Here we go again with that, though.
You know, like, it would be utterly absurd for me to ask these type of questions, right? And then it's also absurd to ask the question of, well, why don't you push this message or this narrative? Okay, why don't you go ahead and create your own platform, then you can push it.
But see, that's the thing, though. You can create your own platform. It's called the website, and then the other part is called marketing. And so you put those two together, and you know, it's funny. YouTube will still take your money to market your platform on as an advertiser, which a lot of people do. It's called those multi-level marketing. You know?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's like, I mean, think about it, dude. Because like, even if you went ahead and did a spinoff of like some sort of video platform or something like that, it'll still be wrapped up in the Google ecosystem to some extent.
Exactly. So, yeah, exactly.
You know, Google ultimately is not okay. They're gonna make their money. They're not gonna miss any money. Yeah. That's the whole point, right? You see, so it's sort of like, okay, we can work within the confines of the YouTube thing, and like I said, for what we do here, I'm perfectly fine with it. I don't care.
Well, I encourage everyone to get an Oculus 2, so we can all go in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Take it to the next level.
Check the tech talk from last week.
Okay.
Where we covered NVIDIA. They have their own Omniverse.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, we're gonna be doing. We got two. Let me see. We have a business talk we got to do. It's like ghost kitchens, virtual kitchens, and dark stores, right?
Yeah.
And then
virtual
we got to do.
Kitchens are really big.
Yeah, that's big. And then we got to do one, like a metaverse deep dive.
My father's friend. He's a good barbecue chef. He makes the best smoked ribs I ever tasted. He even has a whole, like, one of those giant trailers that smoke the ribs, you know.
Yo, he needs to get on the apps, bro.
That's what I was telling him, but he kind of lazy, so I cut him a slick deal, right? I said, look, I want to buy $1,800 worth of ribs from you, and you know, blah blah blah. And then I said, but look here though, if you become my partner, you know, we can start a ghost kitchen, and we can split it 50-50, or you could just
Bruh.
take the 1800. And he was like, "Oh man, I'll come in with you." And like his whole attitude changed.
Yeah.
When I
As soon
said
as you
50-50.
throw the business at his ass,
Yeah.
all I gotta
I said,
do is cook.
Yeah, all you gotta do is cook.
All I gotta do is cook. Is that all you telling me?
Thursday to Sunday, all you gotta do is make them ribs. Thursday
Yeah,
to
all I gotta
Sunday.
do is make ribs. Yeah.
Yeah, we had to make ribs. But he
Yo,
was so
Ghost
lazy at
Kitchen.
first.
We may do it tomorrow, man. I'm gonna see what I got popping
Those
tomorrow.
kitchens are huge, bro.
Because
That's like
that's the
low
move.
key. Low key, there was a. I'm sorry to cut you off. Low key,
No, go
there
ahead,
was there was a thing they did on YouTube about it. One of the guys did an article on Wall Street for the New York Times, right? He found that there was this one ghost kitchen in China. I mean, not China. There was this one Chinese restaurant in New York that was the ghost kitchen. It was serving 7 different types of cuisine. Nigga was doing hamburgers, tacos, pizza, all Italian, and so he goes to it because he noticed every time he ordered off the app, it kept coming from the same address.
Yeah.
So he goes to it, and it's a Chinese restaurant, and
they just cranking out. They got like 7 restaurants out of one joint.
Out of one Chinese place. Yes.
Whoa.
Damn, yo. That's crazy.
Hey, Ryo. Yo,
Making
that's
money.
what I'm saying, man. Like niggas is not this new 4th industrial shit. Okay?
One Chinese man making money.
The new way to get a restaurant cracking is through a ghost kitchen.
Ghost kitchen. I'm about to start one down here in Georgia. I already found the commercial kitchen.
That's the move.
I already found the
dark
commercial
stores
kitchen.
and ghost kitchens.
I'm about to start one down here with my father's friend with the barbecue. I already found the ghost kitchen. I mean the commercial kitchen. I'm about to start one, no lie. But we only gonna be Thursday to Sunday though.
That's don't matter. You can set your kitchen hours, bro. You set your restaurant hours in the app. The shit don't even pop up on the app unless you open.
They eat so much down here. Like, yo, I kid you not. Every night I try to go to the drive-thru, the lines around the corner. Every restaurant drive-thru, line around the corner. It's ridiculous down here. They be swamped, yo. At Chick-fil-A, they got people like Chick-fil-A already got the people outside. They done doubled up. They got like a dozen people outside now taking your orders because the drive-thru, like the way that they designed the stores, right? They didn't expect it to be so many cars, and the parking lot's only so big. So the line literally snakes around, and you can't even get out because you got to wait for the cars coming in to move up.
God damn.
Yeah, and that's all over Atlanta. And I was like, bro, I gotta start a restaurant.
Yeah, I got
man.
I gotta do that. I gotta do that live stream, bro.
Complex, could you integrate food trucks into those ghost kitchens?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, everything.
Yep,
everything. It's just the Grubhub, it's the DoorDash, it's the Uber Eats. That's the weapon. He found the same dude with the New York Times. He went to another ghost kitchen. That thing was just a trailer in the parking lot. It didn't look like he wanted to eat out of it though, but it was like a regular trailer in a parking lot somewhere, like a random trailer.
And like just cranking food out.
Yeah, just cranking food out. Just cranking food out. It's crazy. And then I noticed today on DoorDash, they're doing the commercial. so DoorDash got a new commercial running, but it features senior citizens doing the deliveries. So they're out here trying to recruit senior citizens. Yeah, they're out here trying to recruit seniors. I guess because the young people is swamped or quitting or whatever the case may be. They over here trying to recruit senior citizens. And I was like, yo, that's crazy.
I love them food trucks, bro. I love them food trucks.
Hey, Black. So Rock, check this out. So here's the move, right? Man, you know what? I'm gonna spark this one tomorrow. I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna do the ghost kitchen.
Yeah, we can talk about that all day tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna schedule it for tomorrow, dude. So check this out. So with like the rideshare shit that I do, right? Like with the micro mobility stuff. Mm-hmm. So we're working in the food delivery app portion to our rideshare app. So it'll function similar to how Uber and Uber Eats works, whereas basically like the same app. It's just that it kind of functions differently depending on what you're using it for. So we're doing the same thing with our rideshare app right now, right? So once that's integrated, then basically whatever market you're in, if you flip the app over, then pretty much whatever's popping up on Uber Eats, DoorDash, all that shit is popping up in our delivery app.
Yeah.
But all that is just it's micro mobility delivery, dude. So it's like last mile delivery. So it'll get there way quicker than waiting for somebody to pick it up in a car and take it to you.
Yo, give us some time. They about to have the robots doing all that too.
What are you talking about? Give it some time.
Yo.
I'm doing the robots.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay.
And check this out, man. Like that stuff has legs because like I had never heard of it before, right? And I stay on this investment stuff. And last week, my wife was like, "Oh, do you want a Mr. Beast burger?" And I was like,
Yo,
"Mr. Beast burger? Like, what are you even talking about?"
No, this dude, Mr. Beast, he's like one of the
yeah.
biggest YouTube people, right? So he's kind of like the use case for all this shit. So what this dude did was he launched Beast Burger, and he launched it in a few markets along, I think it's like the Midwest and the East Coast. Okay, and all he did was he has like a proprietary like seasoning that you put on fries, right? Kind of like a seasoning salt or whatever that you put on fries, but it's his own little seasoning. I don't know whatever, right? So he's got that. Then there's the Beast Burger, and he provided basically like the buns and a couple other things or whatever. And they just said, okay, look, all it is Beast Burger and fries. That's it. It's kind of like In-N-Out if you've ever been to California. Okay?
Yeah.
Basically, if you go In-N-Out, it's the same burger. You can just get it, single patty, double, triple, quadruple. You get animal style, whatever, right? They just put more shit on it, but it's the same thing. You basically are going to get one thing: a burger and fries, right? Beast Burger's the same way. This dude launched in I forgot how many different markets, and he made a killing.
It's an Asian now, dog. Man. Because like for real, I'm sitting here
killing.
I was asking my wife, I was like, well, hold on a second. Who the hell in Taiwan like cooking up a Mr. Beast burger? But that's what it is, man.
Taiwan?
Because
that's the other thing from the New York Times article. Dude. Yeah, so that's the other thing with the New York Times article, right? So when you have a ghost kitchen, you can charge other people to cook your food.
Yeah,
in other markets, and they do it
Damn,
because it's popular. It's popular. It's like a franchise. It's not a franchise because it's popular. So like if the food is popular in Michigan, right, and then it's blowing up, you can charge people in other markets to cook the food.
Just do it, and then it's on the app in that market,
and you still get paid.
When I was still in the States, right? Like it's a couple of spots up in Chicago where like you could buy the deep dish pizzas and have them ship them to you, right? Like, and I was asking my wife, is it like that? Like Giordano's, that's my spot, man. But like, and I was like, oh, is it like that? And she's like, oh no, they just franchised it. So basically,
they just franchised
the
it.
only
it's not really
thing,
a franchise, but it is, It's
it's like
branding.
Exactly, it's the branding. And then they send over like I guess they maybe got like a couple of recipes, but they keep it real short, man. The menu be like 3 things, man.
Yeah,
like 5 things.
It's not a lot of shit.
It's got to be a couple of things. Yeah, only got to be a few things. Yeah, because of the window.
But I literally. So not only did I have it, but I enjoyed it so much that like I was like, damn. I told my wife to get it again. I got Mr. Beast. And I'm not a big consumer like that, man. Like I'm the type of cat that I'd rather just go to the damn store, get a damn hamburger patty and some cheese, man. But they cooked up the Mr. Beast burgers good, so I was like, get the things again, man. I got 3 or 4 Mr. Beast stickers on my camera case, man.
I'm waiting for Domino's to do the whatchamacallit, to do the mobile pizza store, because they had that for a minute. They had a dedicated car that was going to, like, I don't know if it was going to cook your pizza or keep it hot, or they delivered it.
No,
but
they just deliver it. They keep it hot and deliver it.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for them to do something like that, because like think about that, like a mobile pizza truck, right? It just rides around your area, and when you order it, it comes to your house. Think about that. That's crazy, because I know when I ordered in Atlanta.
That will be
I know
dope.
when I order in Atlanta from Domino's, sometimes they don't even have drivers no more. They don't even have drivers, bro. They be telling me to come get it. I be like, nah, cancel it. They don't even have drivers no more. It's so bad. Like the economy is so bad with labor. They don't even have drivers.
You know what though?
It's the inflation. In California especially, it's the gas, dude. This is where.
Let me tell you.
Go ahead,
I gotta tell you, man. Like I've been watching this whole what do they call it? The Great Resignation. I've been watching it from across the world, like halfway across the world. And I got to tell you, man, it's 100% horseshit the way it's reported. You know what it really is, I think?
It seems like it, yeah.
No, you know what it really is? It really is this. It's not that like a great number of people are resigning or leaving or doing whatever. No, what it is that the supply chains are broken in such that the companies can't pay people slave labor and they have to work anyway.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah.
They can't.
So what they're calling a great resignation is just them having to raise wages by like 20%. That's because they talk about that they can't get people to work. No, you lying. You can't get people to work for nothing.
For nothing,
right? You got to actually give them some sort of money because. So what was funny is that, like, I'm not gonna lie, man. One of the things that made me the most money over the past year and a half is an investment in Tesla. And like, how is Tesla making and delivering more cars than ever in the middle of a supply chain crisis? How's that possible?
How is it possible?
They pay really good
because they paying people. They paying people. That's it.
And guess what? And they moved from damn California to Texas. Yeah, they moved from California to Texas too because in terms of taxes. So we don't have.
But think about this, man.
Income tax here.
Think about this, because like, yes, that's true. But that affects, like, of all the people that live in California and all the people that live in Texas, probably a damn quarter of the country, that those taxes only really actually affect, like, it wouldn't even be in a million.
Well, I think they moved.
The taxes that hit most people are the taxes. I think that the taxes that affect most people.
Taxes. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm going to say that the taxes that affect most people are the taxes that you pay in your damn milk, and the taxes that you pay, like that you get hit for your paycheck in. Like, estate taxes don't affect most people. Like,
but taxes, from a business standpoint. But hold on, but from a business standpoint, in Texas, you're not paying capital gains taxes.
You know what? There's truth to that, because I've had a business in Florida. And there are significant tax advantages, and there are lots of small businesses. But I got to tell you, man, like, I don't know the numbers exactly, but I think that the population of California and Texas together has probably got to equal a third of the entire country, right?
I was going to say it's probably about a good.
I think it's California 1 and Texas 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and plus, like, and I used to travel a lot, and a lot to those states when I was there. And from, like, there's a huge homeless population in California. There's a huge, like, migrant issue going on in Texas. Most of the people that live at those places have trouble finding someplace to live. Like, taxes ain't important. Like, not being homeless is important, right? Like, so I get where, but I think that's a wedge issue. Right, because, like, are there advantages to a better tax, like, position or what have you? Of course there are. But, like, if you want to help 90% of people in the country, well, no, like, if you want to help 90% of the country, what you would do is actually, like, have some sort of, I don't know, infrastructure together for people to be able to go to the doctor or have a place to live. Right?
That's what Trump. Hold on. That's what Trump was. That's some of the things that he was supporting, because especially with the opportunity zone, because what you have especially in a lot of these rural areas, let's say, for example, like doctors, psychologists, for example, is a major issue in terms of, because in a lot of these rural areas, you had a lot of children who were left orphans because of parents ODing and dying off of opioids. So that has been a major issue in a lot of these rural areas, getting. This is why telehealth has really picked up steam in the last, I'll probably say about 6-7 years, because they have been trying to. Matter of fact, they got a foundation in Texas where they actually are trying to encourage people to go to school to become psychologists, and are willing to pay for the program because it's such a shortage. You're talking about, because we got to think about it, like we're talking about a lot of baby boomers that's going to be retiring. Many of those baby boomers are psychologists and doctors. It's going to be a really large deficit in certain places if they don't address the issue now. Matter of fact, one of the co-founders of Home Depot, him and his wife had gave NYU like $300 million like 4 or 5 years ago to donate to the school for programs, basically for the medical school program, to get more people encouraged to go to a med school, because we already know, people have to go in a lot of debt to go to med school, because they're seeing that they need to address the issue because of these issues that's going to be coming from the boomers retiring. But
Let me
in a lot,
real
go ahead.
quick. I draw a comparison for you though, just so that you see, because like I could tell that like by the discussion that it's so for the people that have traveled internationally, but maybe you haven't lived internationally. So when I go to the doctor, or if I go to pick up medicine, it costs me $7. And you can do so at any time, day or night, up till about 9 o'clock in the evening is when these services will be open. If you go and get like dental work done, then maybe you give up, a whole $30, and you can go like during your lunch break if you want to. You have no idea to the extent to which the medical system in America is completely broken in half. And it's predatory and it's horrible, because I made what, 5 low 6 figures in the States, and like I would have lean months if I had to, I don't know, like deal with any sort of like medical costs or medical bills. Because when's the last time you got a hospital bill from the after insurance done wrestle with them, and it wasn't like however many grand, right? Like, but in the world stage, that is insanity. It's unimaginable. So like, you got to know that like, so the whole thing about like the telehealth, yeah, I was at the end or the beginning of the pandemic. I was still in the States, and the last time I saw my personal physician was via the teledoc or the telemedicine. But let me tell you something, man. That's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound, bro.
Yeah,
Because
telemedicine weak.
yeah, that's putting a band-aid on a bullet hole. Because think about this, man. Like half the people that's homeless walking around is homeless because there is no sort of national way of addressing mental illness, period.
Mm-hmm. See
Like
it out here all
these
the
are
time.
these are huge institutional failures of the entire populace. So I don't like, man, please. And then plus to the opioid company that like made all the money, like killing all of those people in all of those areas off those opioids, they lost their case, and then uh they just got it back. So like they ain't even gotta pay no more. Man, like it's gone. It's gone, dog. And I remember I read it. So I guess who is it? Charlemagne the God. Charlemagne the God is tired of Democrats, man. Like it's getting ready to be
Wait,
real
wait,
ugly,
wait,
bro.
wait, 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 wait. What? Would you just say?
So
All like what?
Charlemagne the God. Check this
Yeah.
out. I read an article about it. Charlemagne the God. I'm not a big fan, right? Like, but whatever.
Neither
But
am I.
anyway, he made Joe Biden, Kristen Sinema, and Joe Manchin the donkey of the day. But the president of the United States, Democrat, Joe Biden, made him the donkey of the day. Because, like, again, the government is just fundamentally broken, right? Like, they can't pass, like, the Voting Rights Act because of,
But that was never gonna pass. I mean,
No, it was never going to
you
pass.
know, that was never gonna
well,
They knew it
pass.
so
wasn't going to
it's,
pass.
think about this for 2 seconds, though. It could. Think about if Walmart
Nah.
got behind. No, hold on a second. Think about this for a second. What if Amazon wanted it?
Nah, nobody wants it
Amazon,
because
No,
nobody.
you missed what Paul's saying.
Okay.
If Amazon wanted
The
it,
lobbying, I
guys,
know. Yeah, the lobbying. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
the lobbying.
and
But here
boom,
goes
it
why
instantly
nobody wants
changes.
it.
Yeah.
And that's
Here goes
why
why
it's
nobody-
broken. And that's why it's broken, because nothing happens unless Amazon wants it.
Yeah.
If Bezos don't want it, it don't matter. It don't matter if it's fundamental to democracy. It don't matter.
Right.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
democracy is
we
not
saw
really
this.
a democracy, but you know,
Right.
Word.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
because you got hold on, you got to think about this. Like, first of all, it's a red herring issue. Number one, because
Yep.
how you going to say that a person needs a Vax card to go to a restaurant, but when it comes to voting, you don't have to have an ID? Number one.
well,
When
that's
they
not what it's
poll,
about. But
hold on, I know,
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When they're polling, when they have polled, even black people in the country support the idea of having to have the proper ID to vote. So black people are not pushing this as an issue. You're not hearing black people come around
Yeah,
you
they're
saying,
not.
"I need to be able to. They should have let us vote, and they need to pass this voting bill because they try to prevent us from voting." You don't hear black people saying it, and so they just basically, I mean, a lot of people don't believe they really won, but they in office now. I mean, they dominating both. They dominating both houses. If there's a tie, they got a person who can break the tie for their side. The issue is that they really don't have anything to run on. Everything that they ran on was supposed to be anti-Trump. So now that he's not there, now it's all on them to actually produce something.
Well,
So the only thing that they produced was an Asian crime bill, and then everything else that they try to put forth,
mandates.
and mandates, and so that's losing steam. So now that losing steam, I mean, Bill Maher was just on his show talking about how stupid the Democrats are.
Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah was just sitting up there taking
Yeah.
shots at the CDC.
Yeah, so even the people who was carrying their water early on, they're jumping ship because they see what's coming in November in terms of the midterm. They see
Yep.
what's coming.
They see
So
already the
and
red
you see
wave.
a whole bunch of Democrats who've been in there for years saying they're not even running for re-election because they
A
know
lot of
what's
them
coming.
retiring.
They're retiring before they get shellacked. So again, it's like, go back to LBJ with MLK. A lot of black people tout this as an accomplishment. Oh, the Voting Rights Act, but it was a red herring then too, because if you go back to post-slavery, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment ensured black men had the right to vote. The people who were stopping black men from being able to vote was the Democratic Party. They were putting in things like poll taxes. If your grandfather was in slavery, you couldn't read, you couldn't vote. All type of things. So when we didn't need an act to vote, we already had the right. And then once women got the right to vote in 1920, then black women had the right to vote in the country. So there was no need for an act because we already had the right to vote. It was just that they were blocking the vote of black people, especially black men, specifically in the South, until they convinced black voters to vote from switch from Republicans to Democrats. That's when they secured the black vote collectively. That's when they allowed black people to vote because they were voting for them, and that's the way it's been ever since. But they really don't have anything to stand on, because I've been sitting back watching and I've been like, all right, y'all got y'all people in there. What they suppose black people shouldn't be, all the black people that voted for them, there should be no complaints from them. They should be getting what they want. They can't even get it done because even with Cinema and even with Manchin, they not feeling that stuff. They're like, nah, bro, you messing up a lot of stuff right now. Like we can't roll with that. And so for me, man, I just think that to me that's just a red herring. It's not. It's an identity politics, because that's what they engage in all the time. It's always a identity politics. They put John Lewis' name on it because every talking point that they have is identity politics, LGBTQ, racism. If they don't have that to run on, what else is they running on?
Ism.
Yeah,
well,
so
what they're trying to do is, that it's going to be a handover. They're trying to prepare to hand over the country to maybe Latinos or who knows, but definitely not us.
No,
That's
it
what
will
it's
never
really
be.
all about.
It's no the handover is not. I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is where we kind of pivot back to what we were just literally talking about, kind of before we got into this part, right? The handover is to the technocrats.
Yeah. Okay.
Facts. Right.
Okay,
Yep.
that Ryle, we talked about this. That's colorless.
Mm-hmm.
That's whoever
Yeah.
wields. That's whoever's wielding the technology, right?
Yeah.
So
You know what?
this is where the handover. Go ahead, Paul.
I agree with that because, like, here's the thing: is that what is it? Popeye's fat friend that was constantly saying, "I gladly pay you tomorrow for
What's
a
his name?
hamburger today."
Bluto. Bluto.
No,
Pluto.
Not Bluto. What was it? I can't remember his name. I know you're talking
Whippy.
about.
Whippy.
What's his
So
name?
check this out. I tell you, the Democrats, man, I think it's an even money between them, between that cat talking about, I will gladly at
Pay
some
you.
point
I'll
do
pay. I'll
something.
gladly pay you to. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday
For
for a hamburger today. I think that's
Yeah,
what he
you just
said.
keep on voting for me, and I do something for you sooner or later, right? Like one of these days, I finally do something that'll change your circumstances. But listen, this shit ain't happened in the past 60, 75 years. It ain't never gonna happen, right? Like, and
It's
people are
called
just coming to
politics.
realize that. Yeah, that's people just coming to realize that.
Politics.
And I think what they're doing is they're playing both sides against the middle, right? Like you got one class of leeches talking about, oh, black people keep on voting for us and we'll like lift you out of your poverty at some point. You got another class of leeches talking about, oh, look at these black people coming to take all your freedom and all this other stuff like that. Keep voting for us to keep us in power and we'll keep you safe from them. Like they're just a couple of scams, right? Like,
Yeah.
so it doesn't even really like require any actual real discussion. They're all a waste of time. I think the real deal is that like how I always saw them was the Washington Generals, right? Like paid to lose. Because listen, man, I know Joe Biden is old, but nobody's so goddamn stupid that they think they're gonna work with the Republicans. Right? Like, have you ever seen a group of more virulent, racist, like confrontational, like they no matter what they're going to run on the fact that you trying to destroy the country and you gonna work with them? Like, what are you fucking idiot, man? Like, nobody thinks that, man.
Mitch McConnell just he said he had like this gaffe.
Yeah,
I think it was like yesterday or the day before. He said something to the effect of black voters don't count or some shit.
No, he said African Americans vote as much as Americans or something like that.
No, yeah, he said that black people vote he said that black people like the change in it is as much as Americans or what have you. And I mean, it's obvious that
it was some off, man.
It was a weird way that he said it. It was a weird way.
It just demonstrates that he, of course, doesn't think you American. But it's even deeper than that. I don't think that they think about you as human, man. Like,
they don't think about us as human. You know,
I lived in the South, man. Like poor people or like white people disdain poor white people. So like if you black, man, please, and you less than count, man. Like you count like an animal counts, right?
But think about it. Like,
okay. Here goes what he says. Here goes what he says.
Let me say this. Go ahead.
He said, "Black people vote just as much as Americans."
There you go.
That's a direct
there
quote.
you go.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Black people vote just as much as Americans.
Like, goddamn. Okay.
Wow.
So just a slip of the tongue, but definitely demonstrate you ain't American.
Not a slip of the tongue.
let me say this, man. I forgot what I was going to say. Damn it.
I'm sorry. I just want to get the quote out.
Well, me and you talked about this complex. We talked about there's a difference between voting and lobbying, and so lobbying costs money. And so I was reading a guy's comments about his uncle after the election, even though Biden ran on saying that he was going to do a lot of the things that Trump did as far as like the energy production, which had us exporting energy, had us, gas at a really low price and things like that. And how he was going to, he literally was saying it, in the speeches, the few speeches he gave, that he was going to shut down the Keystone Pipeline and things like that. And then he said his uncle was actually in the energy sector. So when he came in, some of the first executive orders he did was for the energy sector. Boom, shut it down. So his uncle lost his job. Now, before the election, he said his uncle was a avid Trump hater. Like, he was just like, every time his name was brought up, he would just go apoplectic. And then he lost his job. And then he started having to dip into his 401k to pay for his mortgage. And he basically got to the point where he was about to lose his house. He probably had already lost it by now. And he said his uncle pulled him to the side in secret and said to him, I think I might have voted for the wrong candidate. And it was just like, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it's hard. I mean, people are looking at politicians to look at them from a level of respect. It's kind of hard to respect people who vote against their own self-interest, though. Like, how can you respect people who, like, you're in the energy field? The candidate that you're voting for said he was going to shut it down. Basically, he gets in office and he does just that. And then you're not even man enough to say to the people that when you have so much to say about Trump, you was very open about how you felt. But now that you feel like you made a bad decision, now you want to punk out and be like, I might have voted for the wrong person. For somebody who was running on the very thing, the very industry that they said that they were going to shut down, that you're in, that affects your self-interest.
That's
so
the part
again,
I don't get. That's the part
that you can't. For me, I can't feel sorry for a person like that. I just can't. I'm not.
I don't get that.
I'm not.
You literally voted against your own interests, and then
Right.
when he made good on the fucking promise that you voted on, like, yeah, nuke my job, yeah, take my vote, right?
Right.
And then your job gets nuked, and it's like, well, wait a minute, why did you nuke my job?
And this wasn't a young dude. This was an old nigga. This was a boomer. Like, we would expect people from that generation to have a little much more sense politically, because they've been here longer. They've been around these so-called racist white folks longer. They should be able to read between the lines. Like, we shouldn't be more intelligent than they are politically. They've been around longer with these folks. But for some reason, he couldn't even see it himself.
I gotta say honestly, like, I don't disdain these people. And the reason why is I'll tell you, like, if it don't matter, you could get the 5 best basketball players you ever met in your life. You get together, you ain't gonna beat the 95 Bulls, right? Like, I think that the art of politics is convincing people to vote against their own best self-interest. Because if you think about it, like, they've been playing this game on a bigger audience better longer. Like, you think about all these white people that's like getting ate up, opioid crisis. Like, they got zero health care. All they livelihoods basically just being taken from them, like their energy just being sucked from them constantly. Like, and it's like big tech companies, large Walmart, stuff like that, taking all of their tax money, and what are they getting back for it? Like, their teeth are rotting and falling out their head, man.
Right.
Like, they get nothing back for it.
Or look at the Ukraine situation, where after they've been invading countries for the last 20 years, they tell Russia, we not bluffing, you can't invade Ukraine, right? It's politics. They running that game. And is Russia crossing the line? No. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, so I mean, like, believe me, I 100% get and understand what you're saying. But like, I think that it's always been massively unfair and massively unhurtful to be like, like, you got ate up by that same big, huge machine that eats up millions of people like every single year, man. Right. Because most people gonna get ate up by it, man.
My issue is not saying ha to these people. My issue is my issue with these people are, that's even more of an incentive for our families to work together, so we don't have to bear the brunt of that. That's see, it's one thing if our families are working together and we just getting ate up. But see, we don't see that. And see, before you came on, we were talking about, Alonzo and the life insurance and stuff like that, how we can use that to actually build, generational wealth through our family. That's one of the easiest ways to build generational wealth is through life insurance. And so we can't even get members of our own families to even do that. And when we talk about doing things like that, who are we talking about? We're not talking about any young people. A young person can die tragically, but we're not talking about getting a life insurance on them for them to die. We're talking about an old person. We can't even get the old people to do it. We can't even get them to do it. So now, but these will be the same old people that'll talk about the politicians all the time. Let's move the politicians to the side for a quick second, and let's talk about your old ass and what you're not willing to do for us. Because I've told people straight up, like in your family, as far as I'm concerned, any old people, go to them, talk about setting up a life insurance policy. If y'all got relatives, 4 or 5 of y'all pay on that policy, whatever the case may be. That when they pass on, at least they leaving you something to not only bury them with, so you have money, so you don't have to do GoFundMe, but they can leave you some money where you can start a business or put a down payment on a home or something like that. If they're not willing to do that, cut them old ass niggas off forever, because they don't mean you any well. They don't mean you any good. They don't care about your future. And then what they're gonna do is, when they die, they're gonna leave you with a burial cost that you gotta pay. That's gonna make you and your family members fight each other, because y'all gonna be trying to figure out how to bury them, and then you ain't got no money, and this other person ain't got no money, and then you might have, because if you got your little money that you got to take care of you and your family, you can't just give $10,000, $12,000, or hell $2,000 out your pocket to go pay for somebody's burial when that old nigga had cable for 30, 40 years. They could save that money to damn get their own pay for their own goddamn burial. So
you know what though? I gotta admit,
that's so true.
Like for real,
I have to
admit,
if
they can pay for cable, they can pay for their own burial.
That's so true.
I had to admit, man, that like initially I wasn't with it, but I gotta tell you, I see the logic in what it is you're saying, because just like, I tell you the analogy that I see. Like, just like you can't make a dirty, goofy chick like straighten up and fly right. Like, you can't do it. It don't matter if you can speechify like Martin Luther King, it don't matter, right? Because they're gonna be about what they about. Like, if they old and they can't be of no use, you ain't gonna make them of no use. So yeah, no, I think that's valid, man. I think that's valid.
The problem is that black people, well, I shouldn't say black people, I mean, the problem is that in the black culture, they don't look at the same. They like to think they're emulating white people, but they don't understand how the game works the way white people understand the way it works.
Right.
So it's like we keep starting over and over again, right? So I forgot who it was, but the Economist wrote a book. He said it takes 20 years of everything going well to get out of poverty. 20 years is all it takes. Everything going right. I'm gonna look up who the Economist is. Of 20 years of everything going right to get out of poverty, but we can't get out of that because what happens? Your parents, first thing they do when you turn 18, put your ass out on the street. You know what I'm saying? You got to do it. You got to do it on your own, little nigga.
I'm gonna put it like this. I think that as of the reset, that's changed, right? That's the first thing I want to say to that. I don't think that that's the case anymore. I think that actually happens in probably 2 to 3 years now, right? That's the first thing I want to say. Second thing is, I gotta shut this down, y'all. We're going on 4 hours.
Hold on, that's who it was. MIT economist Peter Tiemann. Escaping poverty requires 20 years with nearly nothing going wrong. That's what the book is.
Drop that
link.
We
can't get there.
Drop that link.
Yeah.
I want to look at that. I want to see when that was published, because I would say that post pandemic and post Great Reset and into this fourth industrial, I think it's a lot shorter now. Yeah, I got to be real with you. I think it's a whole lot shorter now. So I want to look at. Can you post that article?
Yeah, I just hit it.
Okay.
Yeah, because the pandemic is forcing people to make some tough decisions real fast.
Hold on, let me grab this here. I got it right. Okay.
Yeah, it's forcing people to make some tough decisions very fast.
All right, hey, let's do this, y'all. Let's get last words,
Damn,
man.
I
I'm gonna
can't
shut it
get
down,
it.
man. My little one's in here like, Daddy, let's go to bed. Yeah, she,
Yeah, no
already-
doubt.
Yeah,
Sorry
she'll
she
be
about
already
that.
playing.
checking me, man. You know.
They'll be playing. We
Go ahead,
sorry,
y'all.
we ain't mean to keep Daddy up. We ain't mean to keep
Oh,
Daddy up so
Black
long.
yeah,
Paul.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow for the ghost kitchens. See
Okay,
you
all right. So
tomorrow
look,
for the ghost
tomorrow
kitchen.
I'm gonna do that around. I'm gonna do the business talk, so that we're gonna do the ghost kitchen talk probably like around like 10 in the morning,
Oh,
my time,
okay.
Pacific, right? So that's
Yep.
like, and then I got to get with engineering cannabis. We got to do the cannabis talk like later in the afternoon. So we'll do like 2 live streams tomorrow. But we got to talk ghost kitchens, bro. That is the new move.
We could all make money. The
Yo.
4 of us in this room could all make money with the right recipes.
Yo, tell you, this ghost kitchen shit, dark stores. We're
Man,
gonna
I'm
get
loving,
into
you
it.
know, I'm
Yo,
loving
Paul,
it.
we about
Once
to
you,
bring soul
once
food
you
to
said I can
Taiwan.
integrate that, once you said I can integrate
wait.
that
Black,
with
what'd you say?
food trucks, I'm good.
I said, tell Paul we about to bring soul food to Taiwan.
Yo, you know what's so funny, man, is that you would be shocked and amazed how similar these cats are, man. We got a joke around here is that they basically just Asian black people.
Well, what technically they are. Yeah, technically some of them are. Cambodians, some Vietnamese
Yeah.
are. You got some Chinese that look like us, you know. I know all the Thai do, you know what I'm saying? So technically that is true.
Yeah,
You
hey,
know?
yeah, we got, yeah. I'm gonna make that one happen tomorrow morning at 10, man. We gonna talk ghost kitchens, bro.
You said you're gonna make that one at 10?
10 o'clock in the morning, my time, Pacific.
Your time, so that'll be
It's 1 p.m. Eastern.
1 p.m.
Eastern. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, dude.
All right.
I'm telling you that's like a 4 IR business that really is just coming
Big
online.
time.
That you know, you'll usually hear like, okay, 5G, automation, crypto, blockchain, blah, 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 right? Dude, this is one of those like sub industries that's coming out of all this, dude, that you literally don't have to start a restaurant in order to own a restaurant. If you catch my drift.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Just throw some noodles in the box with some ketchup and get you a GitHub account and and charge $25,
Yo, straight up, man. Straight up.
It's attrition. You ain't worried about repeat business. You just go into.
Man, look, I'm gonna find a Mr. Beast article because he was the first one to pop it off like that. Right, like the virtual joint, and like this dude, like I forgot how much money he made the first month. Right, and this dude he legit does not own an actual restaurant, bro, but he's got Beast Burger. They got him in Taiwan, for crying out loud.
That's crazy. That's crazy,
yo. All right, hey, let's get last words, man. I'm gonna shut it down, and then we'll fire it back up in the morning, man.
Everybody go in and check out that link. 20
Yeah,
years
we dropped
with nothing going wrong to end poverty. That's how we're gonna do it.
All right.
We all still be alive by then. We only be like 70.
You crazy, yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, man, I think it can happen quicker, man. Or bare minimum, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm busting my ass to make sure it's quicker. At least
I
for
know
me
I
and
am
mine.
too.
Yeah, damn right, Raj. Shit.
Well, don't forget. In 2053, black wealth go to 0. So
okay, well, I'm gonna tell you right now, nigga, the black wealth right over here is gonna go to the fucking moon, dog.
Oh, there you go. I need a new client. There you go. Let me know what's good.
Man, what are you saying, bro?
Hey, Paul, you got anything on it, man, before we shut it down?
Yeah, I'm gonna say this, man. Like, you cats do not don't think for a moment that you are not charting the future at this very moment. Like, sometimes it's easy to get lost in the moment and like forget that you are literally building the future moving forward, because it's only forward thinkers that like are going to set the tone for what comes in the future. And I got to tell you, man, it's always like a breath of fresh air. It's always like a drink of cool water, man. Getting on with brothers that like, because boy, I see a lot of Asians during the day, but it's very nice to come back in home and not have to pay none of them long distance.
Pause. You gotta tell us one day, how did you get into Taiwan, man? You gotta tell us how you got into Taiwan.
That's an interesting story. I would love to hear
crazy.
Man.
I know you can't go to China no more. I know you can't go to China, and you may not be able to make it back to America.
Let me tell you something, man. I would not. Well, I'm not going to be like that. I may in the future do business in China as well, but like just currently their government and their business practices are restrictive and they're not set to be of advantage to anyone that's not Chinese. So like when they change that, I'll sell in the Chinese markets. But like right now, like ask anybody that's got any sort of investment in any quote unquote Chinese company, man, your money will disappear just as quick as anything. Number one. And number two, like I'm not gonna lie. Paul. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm joking. It's cool. It's like everything else. It's like everything else. There's always risk. Always risk, right?
And that's the thing, right? So it's sort of like you gotta vet. You gotta vet what you're doing there.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because I went through so many different, manufacturers and companies before I settled on one, and the one that I have literally makes stuff that my software that's written here, right, runs right on top of.
Exactly.
And, right. You see, so you that's another live stream to go. That's a whole.
Old saying is if you owe the bank $1 million, right? Like then the bank could call in your line of credit whenever they want. If you owe the bank $100 million, you could call in the bank's line of credit, right? So it depends upon the relationship, right? Like as long as there's greater advantage, but again, that's a small thing. I'm talking about like larger. The other thing is that, yes, it is true, man. Like in and out of this country, man, even like with the gold card and all this other stuff, it is not easy, but I'm not going to lie. Whereas the numbers for COVID in Georgia was something insane like last week, man, it ain't like COVID don't exist here, but if you saw the numbers, like you would be like, are they serious? Is that actually true? Yes, it's true. Like it's like 100 people with COVID here.
yeah, that's right. Like, no, it's like, dude, it's what I'm not trying to do going forward, right, is let's just look at the UK, for example. They just completely dropped every goddamn thing, right? That
just
right there is that's an indicator to me. That without going
fuck it.
we're not going too deep into it, right? Yeah. That just signifies a lot, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is let's just do this. If we were to correlate it to like the time of the Spanish flu, okay, that was only about 1.5 to 2 years, right, where it was a thing, and then it was no longer a thing, right? We're kind of at that point now with COVID. Yeah. And you're starting to kind of see people go, okay, it's over, it's done, right? Even at the time of the Spanish flu, when that happened, we're talking about a time where there was almost, you can say, a reset at that time as well. I hate to make correlations, right? Because I'm not trying to suggest anything. However, what I am saying here is that there's a period of time where it's a thing and then it goes away. And that period of time typically is about 1.5 to 2 years, and we're at the 2-year mark. So now we're seeing people just saying, or we're at the endemic stage. Right. That's now.
Well, there's still a couple more letters left in the Greek alphabet. So as I heard,
bring them on.
We're on Omicron, so we got to still go through Rho and Gamma and.
Man, look, you just saw Starbucks. You just saw Starbucks. Hold on, you just saw Starbucks say that they're dropping their mandates for their employees.
No,
They-
they're not.
yeah.
They're not sticking to that shit.
You had Starbucks that literally were shut down because they didn't have any workers in there to work.
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah.
because they're not gonna get any more. There ain't gonna be no more PP loan money and none of that type of stuff. So they're not
No.
gonna be able to stave off losing money anymore. And these companies want their money at the end of the day. So
I mean, think about it. Think about it, right? Okay. So this just to kind of circle it back here a little bit, right? When we're talking about like why politicians would purposely do things to sort of like hurt the economy, right? Because this is what we've been trying to figure out here in California, right? Like based on what's been going on here, and so we're like, okay, it's not exactly cheap to be here, right? And so we're trying to figure out just economies of scale. How do you guys how are you guys trying to do all this crazy shit and then think that you're gonna have some sort of normal robust California economy with all this crazy, right? Who like have you guys lost your ever loving minds?
Maybe.
The fuck? Like, what is going on? God, this is a sidebar if there ever was one. What the hell is going on with like California politicians, dude? It's beyond me because I'm born and raised here. I've never seen it like this before.
Mhm.
And it literally doesn't make sense. Like perfect example, you go to places like Eagle Rock, you go to like kind of Hollywood areas, stuff like that, right? Where they have all these commercial real estate properties, right? Cafes and restaurants and stuff like that. And they're in the like these kind of like villagey areas, right? Now, let's just think about it, right? That's kind of like a smaller subset of a greater LA real estate um, environment. Now, all of these smaller areas that are high dollar, they're high dollar in terms of the value of the real estates and all that. There's literally no business to support it. So then how do you then get people to buy into the real estate, to start businesses, if there's no people to
Pay
you know what
for
I
it.
mean? It's like
Their leverage.
Like
Their
what are we
leverage.
doing here? Like
Everybody's
are
leverage.
you guys purposely trying to nuke? Like what the fuck is going on?
I honestly believe.
Here goes what I gotta say real quick. I'll say real quick. Basically, I think what happened is that war was no longer the way to control the people, and so they moved on to this virus. And instead of the virus controlling people, all the show was that everybody's leveraged on credit. And that's what happened.
I think it's beyond that. I think what it is that you're talking about times of you had the agrarian age, you had the industrial age, now you have the information innovation.
Right.
For lack of a better term, useless eaters have to be moved out of the way. So
yeah,
one of the best ways to move useless eaters out of the way, doesn't matter what their color are, is gentrifying places. And you can do it in an economic way to where it's not looked upon. I mean, it's a class-based issue, but you can do it to different groups and you can get away with it. And so that's what you're seeing. We're seeing millions of people who are really not prepared, who don't have the skill set to be able to operate in this particular paradigm. So, and in many of these cities, many of the people who are driving this are many of the tech-centered people, because they're trying to turn a lot of these major cities into tech metropolises. So they need to move certain types of people out of those areas. That's just the way it is.
Yep.
For a lot of people who are not going to be able to afford to live in those areas. So I think that once they move certain demographics of people out, then you will see different types of people, because they're not just planning for people, because there's a global scramble for talent, and so they're not just doing this for people in the U.S. or just in the West who might have those skill sets. They're trying to tap into these developing markets too, whether it's India, China, wherever, where they can get those skill sets so they can maintain their dominance in terms of these particular tech giants, and other companies who are trying to come on the scene and fill those spaces as well. So, I mean, that's what you're seeing in play. I mean, much of the I didn't even notice until I was reading something from Atlanta Business Chronicle some months ago that Atlanta, a lot of the global payments that are what do they call it? The payment systems for like 70% of the global economy in terms of payments actually come through Georgia, come through Atlanta.
Yeah,
Because of the tech presence in Atlanta. I didn't even know that. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Like
Airbnb is here now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're talking about. I mean, even you're seeing Microsoft presence in Atlanta. They're built. I think they're building over there where Bowen Homes used to be. So we're talking about places where T.I. and people like that used to rap about Bankhead, Bowen Home, Bankhead Courts. These places are being turned into tech metropolises in places that you would never thought development would ever come on that kind of level. So you're talking about all types of people that are going to just get moved out of these places. This is a major issue for a lot of people who have not been prepared, because I lived in Atlanta for 30 years, and I could go to certain places, in places like Vine City and other places. I can see houses that when I first came to Atlanta years ago, that if I go there right now, that house looks the exact same. They have not rehabbed it. They haven't refurbished it. It's just a dead space. And in a lot of these places, especially now that you got the new Mercedes-Benz stadium, you have a lot of capital that has just aggregated. Yeah, you have a lot
that
of
neighborhood's a dump. Yeah.
It's a dump, and it's not gonna sit there for so long, because the value of those places have increased just because you have something like Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and now it's driving a whole bunch of development in these areas, and it's only a matter of time for a lot of these people to get moved, because quite frankly, time has passed them by. Literally, it's passed them by. That's just what it is.
This is where, once again, dude, this is where Mike V and I, when we talked about like the guerrilla farming, right? When we did that whole live stream and we modeled out like basically how you use 4IR technology to stave off gentrification. Okay. Like how you secure your delivery, your transportation routes, you secure commercial buildings and convert those into micro farming operations, right, to fill the gaps in the food desert areas and stuff like that, right? See, so you take technology and you use it to serve the needs and fill the gaps and solve the problems of what you see in the immediate environment, right? Like it's like this is where the rubber meets the road largely, right? Because here's the thing, you don't do that, what happens? Your ass gets gentrified.
That's it. I mean, that's what you see with the black politicians. But black politicians have been pushing racism for so long. Now black people are caught with their pants at their ankles exposed, and they like, they were putting up billboards in Atlanta talking about they're trying to kick black people out of Atlanta like a few years ago, because they saw what they saw what was happening. They can't stop it. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when you're so distracted by racism, you can't focus on the things that you need to focus on, like business, building up your community through business and things like that. So now your property value in these places is low, because you don't try to improve it. You don't try to take rehab loans to try to refurbish houses and things like that. So now people can come in for cheap, for pennies on a dollar, buy give somebody some money, buy their property out, or use eminent domain. Because if they say, yeah, we're going to bring a development over here that's going to bring 3,500 jobs, you think they're going to let some people who let their houses sit and rot for 30 years block
No.
3,500 jobs from coming in? No,
Nope.
they're not.
No.
Them niggas is
Nope.
old and they had their time, and it's time to move them out the way and let the young energy come through that can build something and be better than what they were. And that's just the way it is. That's the problem. You got too many old niggas in Black America who just want to stay in the way, who ain't did nothing, and that ain't gonna work.
I mean,
You know what? It's funny. It's funny you said that because I when I moved to Georgia, I was apartment hunting, and we went over there to that Mercedes Benz, and that's what it is. It's a blight. They had like one new development, and then it was for 65 and up people, and then the rest of them were already gentrifying. Like they were gentrifying, you know, like those real ultra luxury apartments, you know, like the $5,000 a month joints, you know.
Yeah.
Those was all over this. Those was all over the place. And they had one set aside building that was for 65 and over for senior citizens, but the rest of the area was a blight. It was crazy because like you literally drive over there because you know Atlanta's naturally off the chain. So when you go in those neighborhoods, you lock your door. You know, Atlanta's naturally off the chain. That's how I felt going over there at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It was crazy.
Yep.
All right, y'all. Listen. I gotta shut it down, man. We have 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, we
my little one's getting on my ass right now.
You thought it was only gonna go 2.
Never goes 2. All of his videos are like 5 hours. This is the shortest one.
Look. They're always supposed to only go like 2, man, and like that shit never happens. But you know, I ain't even tripping, dude. Because we gonna get it in tomorrow on this. I'm not even bullshitting. We gonna get it in on this Ghost Kitchen shit. That's gonna be a deep dive tomorrow, bro. That's the move. Y'all don't. No, I don't even say y'all don't understand. Listen, the move in terms of restaurateurs, right? Becoming a restaurateur, owning your own shit, dude. Welcome to the 4IR, dude. It's all about the Ghost Kitchen. You don't need to actually have an actual spot to have
no waitresses, no nothing.
No nothing.
No nothing.
You don't need it, dude. It's like
yo, low key. It's some dudes in Atlanta that literally be cooking out of their apartment, bro. Low key.
Yo, check this out. Y'all gotta peep this cat. Yo, this is Cat. There's a brother. Look, there's a brother on the west side in LA. Check this out. Go look this up. Brandoni Pepperoni. I'm not even playing. It's a brother named. Look, that's his shit. Brandoni Pepperoni, and he makes pizzas out of his crib.
Yeah,
and he's got like pizzas called like Regulate. He's got they like these pizzas that are named after like just kind of like black culture memes and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he operates maybe I think he's open from like 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. like Monday through Thursday, and I think Friday and Saturday he's open for like longer hours, and then Sunday he's closed, right? Dude, he just fucking makes pizzas out of his crib. Brandoni.
That's crazy.
Brandoni Pepperoni. He's a brother.
And you know what? And you know what the sad thing is? I think Trap Kitchen at their acclaim, at their height, was the ones doing it literally from inside a fucking trap house, and they're not even getting
in a trap house.
Yeah, in a trap house cooking. Trap Kitchen. Yeah.
Yo.
And they're not even getting like no real like notoriety.
Oh
now,
my God.
But it was like the biggest thing. These former gangbangers, a Crip in the Blood, went to the Cordon Bleu and or the CIA in Vegas, got their cooking degrees with drug money. Came back and was cooking. Yeah, Cordon Bleu came back.
The joint,
Came back and was cooking out the trap.
Yeah, meals, cooking out the trap.
Making stupid dough, hand over fist, buy a food truck, bought a food truck, and then they just the rave of the town.
Yeah, it'd be like
Man, that's
niggas with like
crazy, bro.
dreads and gold teeth, bright, but they got like black rubber gloves on and shit.
Yeah, exactly. And they got Glocks, and they got Glocks underneath the apron.
Yeah, Glocks in the back of the apron.
On the back of the apron.
Yeah, you know they got the apron on, right, and then behind the apron, you look at the, you know, there's a whole, you know, 9 milli back there and shit. These niggas is making like
crazy
cannoli and shit. I don't know.
For real, making no, they really was making Italian money. They was making Italian mafia money off of food. It's crazy. Crazy.
All right, look. All right,
All right,
I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. But like I said, man, we're gonna get it cracking. Yo, Ghost Kitchens
today.
Virtual, tomorrow morning. Ghost Kitchens, virtual kitchens, dark stores, because that's another concept. Dark stores.
And you know what's funny? I was working on an app and I didn't know what to call it. I didn't know what the category was, but now I know it's called dark stores.
It's a dark store.
I'm working on an app that's similar to a dark store, but it allows individuals to be a dark store.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
dude,
you can have shit in your house and sell it to your neighbor.
yo, I'm telling you, man. Yo, Ghost Kitchens, virtual kitchens, dark stores. That is the move.
Oh no, you know what? Hold on, I gotta just say this real quick. You know what? It'd be some real crazy game if you start a ghost kitchen in your house, and then on the flip side, you the delivery person. Like you have the app to deliver the food, and then you have the
what
app
are you talking about, dog? Like, what do you think my rideshare app does?
Oh, that's what's up.
Dude, we're launching a whole delivery.
Let me sign up right now.
Yo. Tomorrow we're gonna talk about it. That's what I mean.
I'm in.
It's like we're gonna marry it all together.
I'm early adopter. I'm an early
delivery, ghost kitchen, micro mobility, last mile delivery. It all. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up. Okay.
Yeah.
Say less.
That's what I'm saying, bro. So that's why like niggas don't understand like how this tech works.
It's crazy. That's brilliant.
We're gonna get into it tomorrow, bro.
All right, bet.
All right,
then I'll holler at you. Peace, yo.
All right, man. Hey, Black. Yeah. Roll through tomorrow, man.
I will. See you.
All right. Ryle,
peace,
Paul.
y'all.
All right, Paul, you out of here, man?
I'm out. Peace, y'all.
Okay, man. All right, man. Check us out tomorrow, man. We're gonna talk about this ghost kitchen concepts.
Word.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, y'all.
Peace, Paul.
Bro, man, what you got?
Great show, man. Great show, man. Great show.
Oh, man, you already know, man. You already know what it is, dude. We ain't taking no shorts. You know.
Hey, for the haters, man. Tech is lame, so it's all good. But hey, we get this money back.
We're some fucking lames over here, dude.
We hung up on the girls we couldn't get in high school. We hung up on them.
I don't even remember her.
Have you seen her?
Have you seen her? Oh shit. Oh my god, dude. No, I have not seen her, bro. I really haven't. I'm not even bullshit. Yeah, I don't
want to either.
I don't remember her name, dude. Oh shit. Okay. Hey man, look. Hey.
What do you think, bro?
Hey, I'll hit you in the morning, bro. Hey, just roll through for the business chat. We're gonna talk these ghost kitchens, man.
All right, bro.
All
right, peace. Great show.
All right, go. All right, y'all. Hey, appreciate y'all for rolling through. Man, it was a cool little chop up, man. I didn't realize that we was gonna go this long and go in depth the way we did, but I'm glad we did. So, hit the like button, share it. We was talking communication. We was just talking how to convey thoughts, ideas, effectively, right? That was really kind of like the core of what we wanted to discuss this evening, and I think we did that. Tomorrow, though, we're gonna talk ghost kitchens. I know we was nerding out here for the last couple minutes on this, but this is a big thing, man. And for real, if y'all are like, if you're a would-be restaurateur, if you're like trying to get your own restaurant popping and stuff like that, well, this deep dive that we're going to do tomorrow is about how you use tech to start your own restaurants and stores and stuff like that, because you don't actually need to start a restaurant in order to have one. And that's what we're going to talk about. Same thing with stores. You don't necessarily have to have a quote unquote store to have a store. So we're going to talk about that. So with that being said, I would really appreciate it if you guys, hit the like button, share it. We're not huge sticklers on, like share and subscribe. And I mean, if you're not subbed, it would be cool if you did. That way you can kind of find out when we're doing other videos, because that shit changes sometimes. I'm not even gonna lie. And yeah, if you like it, cool. Hit the like button. Share it. But I don't know. I'm not gonna sit up there and be like, yo, like this, and if you like it, like it. Share it, and come on back, because we're gonna do a live stream tomorrow on Ghost Kitchens. Okay. All right. You guys have a good evening. Peace. You said great show, Complex. Well, it's not just me. It was myself, Rael, Paul, and it was all of us. It was the Black Brain Trust. You included. You're a part of all of this. You make this. Everybody makes this a thing, right? So, shout outs to you, Toya, as well. Good evening, you guys. Peace.